morning, good morning, good morning. Oh my goodness, it is January 2nd. It's already the second day in 2024. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? It's already the second day of the year. It was just Christmas. We just had Christmas. Here it is, starting a brand new year. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to my desk. This is Meri at the.meri.atelier, and let's do some art. Let's do some art. Do you want to see a picture? This is a picture of me when I was in either first or second. I would be second grade. And I'm right here between two young men. Boy, Kenny and Donnie. Hi, Arlene. Good morning, Arlene. Are you up and at 'em? How are you doing this morning? Good morning. And this is my mother when she was younger. She had those curls, and we had the same kind of forced smile, I think. She's trying to smile pretty. Well, she's a pretty lady when her hair isn't all in tight curls. She's a pretty lady. And then, yep, here I am, and my hair is just all straight and scrawny. I don't know if you can see me too well. The picture's getting old. But, yeah, there we go. This is Mrs. Goins, our teacher. She taught all four of us kids. And she's passed on to her next life. This gal here's name is Nancy, and I'm friends with her on Facebook. If she sees this, she'll go, Meri, I didn't give you permission to show them my picture. She's a smart little lady. And yeah, this is my younger brother here. This is my younger brother right here. Yep, there we are. I just happen to have that in this little clip here that's over on my computer desk. So let me put that back in here if I can. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Let me put this back before I drop it and lose it. Hold on. It goes back up there. Oh, there's no room up there. Well, what's this? Well, you know, the other day in Sunday evening, I had a request to show what do I take urban sketching. I want to talk about urban sketching. There was a question. I see you all coming in. Good morning, good morning. Urban sketching, and it was Arlene who asked this to me. She said, well, Meri, if you look out your window and draw what's outside of your window, is it still urban sketching? And a purist would probably say no, but I'm not a purist. To me, there's a difference between urban sketching and plein air sketching. Plein air sketching could probably be interpreted as being outside in the elements, and no matter what's out there, whether it's rain, snow, or sunshine, you're out there sketching whatever caught your attention, and you're outside. Plein air means out of doors, out of your normal environment, your studio. Urban sketching, to me, now this depends on interpretation too, because typically I think urban sketching was developed more in the larger cities where, you know, skyscrapers and little store scenes and, you know, that type of thing. But I'm in a small town, and sometimes I'm not even in town, I'm out in the country. And I sketched from, when I did urban sketching, I sketched seated in the front seat of my car. So why do I have to fight the elements just to say that I was urban sketching? And I always have told this tale before that when I was working in Madison, Wisconsin, I had driven down to Galena, and Galena is very much, their little town down there is very much a tourist area, and I had found a good spot right there in the smack dab hubbub of things, and I was sitting in my car, pleasantly sketching, just in my own little environment, in my own world, and pretty soon there was at my window. Well, I was on the driver's side, and there was this gentleman, and he had seen what I was doing. I don't know whether he was just walking by or what, but he noticed that I was sketching, and so we had a conversation, and I showed him what I was doing in the whole thing. So I'm more comfortable sketching from my car, not because I don't want people glaring at me, well, that too, but also I don't have the wind blowing my papers around, and I can control my environment better. I haven't been urban sketching for a long time, and what got me off on this is I had mentioned urban sketching, and one of the viewers who was in the stream said, "Meri, what do you use when you go urban sketching?" So that's why I have this box out, and I started going through that, and I ran out of time. In fact, I snitched some minutes from the next person. So let me get in here to my channel and welcome folks in, and I want to finish showing what's inside of this. So I'm kind of going to do a show and tell this morning before I get into anything. There's 10 of you out there. Good morning. How many are chatting to me? Arlene and Kitty Jen and Pam. Good morning, ladies. Oh, Leguria, is that your name in October? Leguria in October. She's a person who I think she's getting ready for work, so I need to hop to it so she can see me finish this. But do you have a first name I can call you by? Because I'm not sure I'm pronouncing, obviously, that Ligeria. I want to say Leguria, but I'm probably pronouncing it incorrect. Arlene said that is the top of her box case for urban sketching. Yes, it is I got this at Michael's in Wisconsin. This has to be 13 or 14 years old. And it's full, but I broke the handle on it. And, that it had a little tab and it still does, but it keeps falling out here. It fits in like, well, I don't want to fool with it too much. It fits in this little, I guess it goes this way. But anyway, I want to get a better handle on this somehow. I'm not sure exactly how. The box is very full and it's very heavy. Let's see. So if you're out there listening, welcome in. Let me open this up, and I might have to zoom out a little more. Let me zoom out. So I saw her in other chats, and I guess my response to her is what to take when you go urban sketching is to take what you're comfortable with at first and then experiment with other things. As you can see, I've done a lot of experimenting. And I don't need all of this in here. I tell you, you guys, I do miss it. I do miss going sketching when it gets warmer again. Because for me to go sketching now, I'd have to sit out in my car and I'd have to keep the motor going to keep warm. and gas is not cheap. So anyway, let's get to it. I'd shown a lot of these. I was into doing this. I have some Sharpie pens. I have a little sketchbook here, and I showed one sketch that I have in here. I do not normally sketch on toned paper. This is toned paper. It is a Stillman Burn. Hobby Lobby used to carry these. They don't anymore. They only carry their Master's Touch, Fine Touch stuff. And I guess I'm okay with getting this, but I really don't do sketching on toned paper, or especially urban sketching. But here's a storefront that I did. And I'm waiting for my tablet to catch up with me. There we go. So you can see by looking at this, I plaster my watercolors, my papers with color. I don't do just a little, and I may need to grow into doing that. And I think I was showing this when I realized I was out of time. These are Daniel Smith watercolor sticks. And I had collected these. At the time I purchased these, they were $11 a piece. So this is, I have 7 of them here. So there's a good $80 there. For Daniel Smith is a well-known watercolor. I would love to have a full set of them, but oh well. I can't afford $300, $400 for watercolors. Pens, any type of pens. I also have a pencil case that is not in here. It's out in the other room. A pencil case that I keep different types of pens in. But here again, I would say to you that you could do pen work with a ballpoint pen. I mean, whatever, and on a paper sack. Whatever is available to you and comfortable to you at the time. These are just some rubber bands. This is a Jane Davenport. I think this probably goes in here. And I'll just open these briefly because I had them open the other night. I do not clean my palettes because this all reconstitutes. And I was saying how I think that I'd be much happier with tube watercolor, because to get this reconstituted, you know, you have to spray it and spritz it with water, which I do when I'm out and about. But I would love to get my brush in there and, you know, make nice puddles of color. This is a visual journal. Got it at Hobby Lobby probably several years ago. There's nothing in here. I want to get started urban sketching again. So it's not so cold out. We've had some fairly nice days out. I could probably go, but however, this is, now these I did not urban sketch with, but I can. These were sitting out on my desk and I just reached and put them in here. These are Kurtaki, the graphite watercolors that I really do like these. There are a lot, you can get a lot of tonal values with those. And here's some Winsor Newton. Now, the set that I started out on, I don't know if it's in here. We'll see if I run across it, is a set like this. This is a newer set. But what I started out with when I started doing watercolors was a set like this, which is a student grade. This will cost you maybe around $20, $28. You can get them on sale. Watch for the sales. Here's another Jane Davenport set. I accumulated these since I've been, over the last 7 years since I've been back here in Nebraska. Jane Davenport. Nice watercolor. I'm not sure exactly where I got these. I want to say that Norma sent these, the Jane Davenports, to me, but I'm not sure. This is a Prima set, and I like these. These are not the complexion ones. These are more earth tones, And you don't need all of this when you go. I would say if you want any watercolor, get you a little set like this. You don't need all these others. These I've just accumulated over the years. Yeah. Got the swatch card in here. This is the complexion set. This was a gift from Meri too. She sent me a gift card, and yeah. Thank you, Meri. And these I've shown. So I think I was right about in here when I had to end my stream because I was over time. These are some watercolor brushes. I haven't used these much, so I can't really say, I can't give an opinion on them. They are calligraphy. I called them watercolor. They're calligraphy pens. So you can use anything when you're out and about to draw and sketch with. Obviously, I had them in here. I got some tape. Here's a, somewhere in here is a fountain pen because here's the little refills to it. And you can do pen work. Here's I like these Faber-Castell pens. I wonder how this, if it's still, let's test it on this piece. Well, I think it's getting pretty, well, no, it's still workable. It's a fine point felt tip. I wouldn't go over wet watercolor with that as it is here, but maybe a fresh one I would. Here's some Pitt artist pens, Faber-Castell. I like them. I like them a lot. That piece probably came out of here. It's more of the same, different sizes. Oh, let me. I guess I have this closed real nice. They're different sizes. In here it goes from bold to medium to the small B, but these are more gray tones. This is a dark brown, gray. And I just accumulate this stuff. I need to go sketching. Here are some Staedtler pens, pigment liners. I like the fine points when I'm out sketching. I did not bring my the books that I did. You can look there. I have a playlist that's urban sketching, but I didn't bring those journals home. So I can't really show you a whole lot. I have a few things. Oh, look, here's another Daniel Smith. I'll have to put that in there. Things kind of fall out. This is another set here. What brand this is? I think this is a larger set of Winsor Newton. Let me see if I can get this open even. Well, it's not going to open for me. It's been a while. I'm not going to force it. I'll have to get in there and wait, maybe if I just do this. It wants to open. It's not opening. I'll have to get a palette knife. Maybe I can do this. You see, I haven't had this open for a while. Yeah, I'm going to break it if I'm not careful. Looks like it's stuck in here. Yeah. Right in there. It's stuck. It should be easier to open, but I haven't had this open for, I'm not going to fool with that right now. I'd like to show, I think this is a large, yeah, it is. It's the Winsor Newton. It's a larger set of that smaller set that I just showed you with more colors. Here are some Inktense blocks. I like to do these. I like working with these because they are, they dry. And you can layer with them when they're permanent, when they're dry. And you can layer with them. You see, I use this like a watercolor palette. And of course, so I like my Inktense blocks. I have the larger set, but of course I don't take that in here. So yeah, I do carry this with me when I go out, but obviously I don't need all of this. You would probably want to take you a smaller set. Here's some watercolor. And you can tell this is the older set because this is the old design. I've had these for years. I've had them for years, and look, they're almost brand new. I don't use watercolor pencils a lot. I like the watercolor sticks like this because this is pure watercolor. On something like this, you have to sharpen it, and you lose a lot of your color as you're sharpening your wood, unless you sharpen them by hand and sharpen around the color. I'm not so helped on watercolors, pencils, just for that fact. Let's see. I have a glue stick that's probably all dried out by now. Well, it's not too bad. I don't know why I have that. Here's another Winsor Newton. So I've got two more of these. I mean, another Daniel Smith. Put those. Did I get any more in here? So here's typically what I would have in my pencil case is things like this. This is a Stabilo pen. No, this is one of those. Is that Stabilo? This is a paper glass one. That's not Stabilo. I don't think that's a Stabilo. You can draw on, and it's a black one, but it's water soluble. And then I just have various types of pens. I like these R2 pens. At the time I was getting them at the dollar store, and I like them because the ink is water soluble and I can do tonal values. Here's a Zig pen with the same little fine point. That's good to draw with. I don't know how much ink is. I don't know if it's dried up yet, but here's another Faber-Castell. This obviously is a blue varsity pen. And here's a Sharpie. I need a pencil case. Here's a gold pen. One of those Bic gold pens. Here's a watercolor brush. You can see I never used it. It's a detailer brush. But I do use watercolor brushes. Let me get these out of my hand. This all makes me want to get out in my car and go sketching. But that's not going to happen. Hold on. I don't want to drop all of these. That's my palette knife. That goes back on here. Glue stick, I showed you that. This is just a flyer talking about the watercolors sticks. I do like these a lot. $11 at the time that I bought them for a stick of these. They're probably a little bit more now because I haven't bought one for 7 years at least, but probably longer than that. But they're well worth it. They're well worth it. I highly recommend the watercolor sticks because you can work right off of them. You can either use them dry and then wet them, or take your wet brush and swish color off. That's what I like to do. I showed you my glue stick. This is fun for me to go through. Here's some, these are, got another one of these. These are watercolor. Name escapes me right now. Are they Winsor Newton? Yes, they're Winsor Newton. These had just come out when in the recent past, and I had purchased. I think I took a class. And they were selling these as a part of the class, and I got them just because as a part of the class they were a little bit discounted. Here's a watercolor brush and a pipette, ink pens, more ink pens, and more ink pens. The fine liners is probably where I'd go. I don't have them in here, but I usually keep a core set, QOR. I like to use those. I have the earth tone ones. They're around here someplace. And then, let's see, what's this? This is watercolor ground. Here, it's in a strawberry jar, a little jelly jar, but this is watercolor ground. I just put it in there. Here's some ink, permanent Higgins ink, and that's just a box. And I think these came from Petals and Dreams, because they're a little set here. I think she sent me these, if I remember right. She sent me, these are Daniel Smith. I think they're Daniel Smith. Let me see. I can't read the print, it's small. I don't see the Daniel Smith mark on here. It's HWC. I don't know if those are Daniel Smiths or not. Here's another watercolor brush. So there's 10, there's 10 of them now. I have more than what I thought I did. Where's that lid to this? These aren't Daniel Smith. These are HWC. These are the Holbein sets. I don't think these came from, I might have got these at that little art store that I used to go to. These are Holbein. Another set I probably couldn't afford the whole thing. There's a drinking straw. Some more ink pens. A ruler. So take what, just take what inspires you. That's what I would say. You certainly don't need all of this. Here's a watercolor palette. Not watercolor palette. A palette knife. And there's just ink pens in here. There's sometimes I keep pliers in here because, especially as these paints get older. These are some Van Gogh watercolors here. That one is. That's a Winsor Newton. So there's some tube watercolors. I should take these out and put them in their own little box. Because I will tell you that I like using out of the tube. I like it when the paint is nice and fresh but that's not always possible for me. These are just some that I've accumulated over the years that I haven't used. And ink pens mixed in here. There should be a fountain pen in here. Here's another looks like a watercolor brush. Is that a brush? No, that's just that's a pen. I doubt it'll even write now. I should clean all this out. But you can get an idea. And then I have some little, I got my hands full here. I was drawing on these. I don't know if I have an example of them. I was just doing little pieces. And I had these in here. I don't know if I have anything that's done. mostly just stuff that I've accumulated. Looks like I went to the Dairy Queen. Here's another watercolor brush. This is the flat one. I don't see a fountain pen. It's got to be here someplace because I got all the... This is one of those erasers, kneaded eraser, that I obviously never used. Oh. So that, my friends, is what's inside my Pochade. Pochad is what they call a case to carry all your supplies in. Oh, let's push this back over here. So that, you know, but I will repeat again, you do not need all of this. In fact, because I sit in my car, because I'm seated in my car, you know, if I was out walking around, I certainly wouldn't be carrying all of this. I would just pick a few things. But because I'm seated in my car, I can carry this and then just pull out what I want to use, and it keeps it all together. I would probably take a set of pens, maybe, you know, a watercolor. I would probably take, well, either this one I would probably grab the one I can't open. But this, I think, has something like 24, 25, maybe 28. Can you see I used the back of this as a palette? That's probably why I can't get it open. I'd have to work at it. I'm not going to do that. I want to move on and get some things done, but this has been fun for me to go through. I need to clean out all these ink pens and find out what works and what doesn't. Because I'm sure some of them have dried up by now. I don't know how I'm going to get it all back in there, to tell you the truth. How did that all get in there? Well, I got a fairly deep lid, but I'm still putting stuff in. And rubber bands in there. Oh, here are these. Yeah, I would probably be taking this set out if I was going out, and maybe a little sketchbook or a larger one, depending on what, and an ink pen, or a brush, whatever brush you're comfortable using. You do not need all of this, but I do. Oh, however, I do. I thought I had 3 out. I only have 2 here. There's another one floating around here. Where did it go off to? Well, I'll find it when I'm not looking for it. What did I do with those? I must have put them in, because I don't see them here. Oh, here they are. Oh, I think I put one in, didn't I? Did I put one in? I don't know if I did or not. Here, let's put these 2 in. There. Put those down there. If you're going to invest, I would, if you want to invest in nice stuff, I would go for the Daniel Smith if you could afford it. Otherwise, find you the Winsor Newton, Winsor Cotman, I guess it is, Cotman watercolor. The student grade is pretty good. That's what I've used. Koi has a nice student grade, Koi, Koi. You can find nice sets. Now, what I'm going to use later this morning is this set that I had out that I was using the other night. Was this set by, I don't even know who they are, AUWEN. They're Oriental. They're either China or Japan or Korean. But I had this set that I was looking at how many milliliters were in a tube of paint here. But there are a lot of colors here, and surprisingly, I think these do a pretty good job. I got these on sale at on Amazon, and I'm not unhappy with them. But I'm not a true watercolor artist. What I do is mostly sketching, and it's sketching at my level. I'm not trying to be a expert at anything. I'm just having fun. And that's what you should do if you're not serious. I mean, if you're serious about being an artist and selling your stuff, you might want to invest in nicer things. But I have what I have, and I have fun. I haven't had fun for a long time with this. But there was that question. So I have been cleaning out my little stash room over there, and I had this available, so I walked in there and got it. So let me get this off my desk and show you what else I've been doing and chat with you. Let me move this. Did you see the short I put up this way? I don't want to show it all to you because I'm going to be doing some more. But I did a little. Now, I didn't put the color on my January 1, but I'm going to try. I've got week 1 done. I'm going to try to put up shorts every day. We'll see how that goes. I can sit and do a row of them in a whole week in one setting. But I have to edit it on my phone. And that means I haven't used that editor for a while. And I had to sit there last night, early this morning, trying to figure out the editor on my phone, because I forgot about a lot of that stuff because I haven't been using it. Let me get this off my desk and get the other box up here. Hold on. I'm not done with boxes. Oh, it's heavy. So what I have here, it's not a Christmas box, but it's like my Christmas box. I got 2 of these. I got 2 of these at the thrift store. And I put my Christmas stuff in one box, and this is slow stitching. But before I open this, let me come out here and welcome folks in. And good morning to everyone. Let me refresh my chat. Let's see who's out there. Patricia Stubbs. Oh my goodness, lady. There's Patricia. I haven't seen you in forever. How are you doing? Hello, Patricia. Arlene is here. She says, oh, and Mr. Mark, Mr. Eternity is here. Artsploration. Hi, Mark. Good morning. Hi, Jasper. Oh, Jasper. If there's anybody that understands what it is, the typo, it's me. I do typos all over the place. Look, I still have Leah's tea to drink. And I found Sharon's Santa Claus I need to send her, and I put it up here underneath this stand. And it's not there anymore. And I don't see where it fell. I might have put it inside the box, wanting to keep it. I'll have to check. Inside of this, I don't know if you can't see my hand. I have a cigar box over here that I have my phone on. Yeah, I'm on my live. It's just my phone is lagging like 30 seconds or so. So Patricia's here. Hi, Kimberly. And hi, Elizabeth. Good morning and welcome, welcome. Elizabeth and Jasper and Patricia. Kitty Jen. Hi, Kitty Jen and Arlene. Kimberly, I have my piece in here I want to show you. Kimberly's going to be doing the slow stitch journal. And I think Janet Burgess said that she's going to do it. So the one with K3N cloth tails. So I'm really excited about that. I was working on it over the weekend with watching all those videos. I climbed up in the balcony an awful lot this weekend because my hands were busy, and I managed to get in and say hello in all the streams except for Raul's early in the morning stream, where he was doing, I think he was doing his dragon. But I even caught Miriam a little right at the first, right after, because it was New Year's here in Central Time Zone when she was on. And I was in hers for maybe about 45 minutes or so, and I was tired. So Jasper says, I think it's a splinter, but I guess it doesn't translate. Mark says, good morning. Elizabeth says, good morning. Kitty Jen says, I drew Yoda yesterday, but I don't have him colored yet. Well, good for you, Kitty. Kitty Jen. Jasper says, how does that go? Remove the log out of your own eye before removing it out of your neighbor. Are you talking about me? That's about how it goes. Easy translation is judge not lest you be judged, or judge yourself first, or whatever. Or let's see. I wish I knew how to pronounce her name. Lujuria in October. I don't even know if I want to call her a girl, but I don't know for sure if that's a male or female. Sorry about that. I don't know. I can't tell by looking at the icon. I guess I could click on the channel and see if there's anything. Let's go to the channel. Oh, I'm going to have to subscribe. Community. Let's see what's going on here. Playlist. I'm going to. Where am I here? Well, wait a minute. I got out of. I was looking in a playlist. I got videos. I wish I knew how to pronounce your name. I'm going to have to subscribe to your channel. I give you a shout out now, but my tablet is very, very touchy right now, and I don't want to move it. We'll give you keep coming back in. Mary, her name is Rebecca. Oh, thank you, Arlene. Rebecca, I can pronounce Rebecca. Rebecca, thank you, Arlene. I appreciate that. Mary, there you go. Deb, which Deb came in? Deb E. Good morning, Deb. You're finishing up your weave page, so you're almost done. Kimberly says she's finishing up the first page that, and her name is Catherine, K3N Cloth Tales. I listened real close, and she said Catherine, so, or no, I read it in the comments. So she's new to me, and I wasn't sure what her name was, but her name is Catherine, and she's doing a slow stitch journal, and she's sharing it with her community, and I'm following along. So this is I put all my, you've seen this stuff before. I'm not going to open it, but I put all my stitching. This is my weave page. Her first page was weaving fabric, weaving strips. And each one of these is a strip, and you weave them and stitch them down. And then I love what she says. She said, let your piece talk to you and tell you what it needs. And I had used sewing thread. That's what, I used thread. I didn't use that color. I used the light blue, wherever it is. I might have put it in there. And I used, what I found out though, she had pinned it up here, pinned all those strips on. And then as she did her basting stitches, she took the pins out. Well, I did that, but I struggled with it. So after I got this done, when it got time to, and I wove all those in fine, but when it got time to put these down, I tacked them down. Instead of pinning all of this in here on the other three sides, I just took a piece of red thread and I just tacked it on each side. Just did a little tacking stitch. And that held on to it while I did all my stitching here. And these are just running stitches. Just running stitches here on the back. So she kind of, and then this, when she finished hers, she picked a word. This is a little piece that was in a bag of snippets that I bought. Did I buy them off of eBay or from Pearl or Keisha or somewhere? But this is not my work. This is a dresser scarf that's been cut off. And K3N had written the word community because that's what she thought of when she did this piece with all the different strips and everything and how they're all joined together to form one piece. And she came up with the word community. And she used paper. She mounted hers on paper. I'm going to mount mine on fabric. And I'm not going to bind my journal until I have them all done because I don't, I'll be able to have a better sense of what I need. But it's going to be interesting doing this slow stitch journal with her. And I'm going to keep this out for a minute because I want to write the word community on it. But then I put all my things in here. Well, I've shown you all of this. This is all my tatting supplies, my scissors and my shuttle and needles, my tatting needle. I don't have my crochet thread in here, but when I was out there working, I had Penelope in there. She said she took me out of the bun and my spool thread. I found some pins. I bought some pins at Walmart. Now, what did I do with them? And I bought some cheap thread at Walmart too. I don't know if this is certainly an off-brand here, but boy, I can tell it when you work with it. You can tell it's an off-brand after you work with Coates and Clark and some of the other brands. This is a Coates and Clark. You can tell the difference in how it sews and how it feels. So I just wanted to show that to you. There's not a whole lot to talk about here. Just needles and needles. I put my needles over there. Well, I pulled these quilting pins out. Let me put these back. I haven't opened those yet. I'll be needing those. So I want you, let me put this back in there. And this will stay out. This will stay out by my recliner because it's full, but it holds everything. I want to get some more boxes. This is about the largest size I can find now. They have larger ones, or they had. While I'm out here, what I want to do on this, and I'm going to put a piece of paper underneath of this, if I can, well, the wax paper will work. And I want to write the word community. And she wrote hers on pencil. And that kind of surprised me. I would have used ink because I don't trust pencil to last forever. And I had that Tombow pen. What did I do with that? Is it out here? Maybe it's over here. I'm going to use this. Oh, here's the Santa Claus. Next time I see Sharon, this is what she says I need to send her. She said, I'm reaching 80, Meri. Send it to me quick. She won this last year. And I need to send those things out. Oh, found him. I'm so glad I found him. And this has a crease in it, but I'm just going to go ahead and write. I want to write the word community on here. Because that's her word that she used. If I can write it on this piece of snippet fabric. So I'm hoping to be more consistent with my streaming hours now. And I thought, well, now's as good a time as any to get started, going back at 4:30 in the morning. Start of a new year, COM. Community, UNITY, and I'm going to get it all on there. ITY. That didn't have a good sense of, oh, that's good enough. Community. And then she dated it as 1/1. That's what I'm going to date mine because I worked on it yesterday. 1/1/2024. And then she signed it. I don't know if I can get this all on here or not. And this is something, if I don't like it, I'll take it off and put something else on, but it'll get covered up. There. The only thing I don't like is, maybe I'll snip that, make it look centered. We'll leave it now. Community. All right. Let me come out and look at chat. Welcome to all of you that have come in. It's good to see you. I can't wait to see how this grows throughout the year. Oh, my fabric pages are down here. I'm just going to set this out. Let's just set it right there. It'll lay there. Maybe I'll put this piece of wax paper in there just to have it in there. All right. Let me move this. I put a pair of scissors in there, but I want to keep these out here. I've got another set I want to put in here. Excuse me. Now that we've done that, I want to catch up with a couple other things. I'm going to do these little watercolor sketches. This is one I did the other day. And I'm going to date this. Let's do that on the back while I'm thinking of it. I use that same pen. I stuck it in here. And I'm going to date it January 1. I did it Sunday night, but January 1, 2024. And I'm going to try to do, I don't know if I can do one every day, but I'll certainly get one every week done. Hoping to get several done in a week. This turned out nicer than, see, that's what I say. When you do this, when I was doing this, doing it online here, I didn't like it, to tell you the truth. And I can see where I still need to do detail in here. But it is what it is. It's all right. It's okay. And, but walk away from it and come back. I really didn't like it. And now it's not that bad. So, but I'm going to call them my commonplace. I have done commonplace drawings before, but what I'm going to do today is this shoe. This is it's got that cross stitch pattern on it. I collected this. I got a whole set of this up in Wisconsin. Oh, it's all in storage. It's all in storage. But I would collect this piece by piece. I bought plates and bowls and sugar dishes and creamers. And they used to, this is that cross stitch pattern. It's a floral. But they used to put these in dish detergent, Fab and such. I don't know if that's what they did with this shoe, but the dishes they would put in either not dish detergent, laundry detergent. But I'm going to do this shoe. I've done this before, and I'm going to look at it this way. You'll see it top down. But I'm going to call them commonplace drawing, commonplace watercolor sketches. commonplace watercolor. And I'm going to call them sketches because that's generally, there's not really, I don't really feel like I'm a watercolor painter. I do a lot of sketching. And then I'll sign it. And then I don't know if I can put, I can in here, just put my signature down here. 1 1 2024. How did it get to be 2024? Oh my goodness. All right, let me come out and look at chat again. I have to refresh it. Welcome everybody. And oh, I'm going to post this too, because I'm sure not everybody's in here this morning. I want to thank all the new subscribers for subscribing. I was pleasantly surprised when I looked at my channel last night. I just kind of, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't, you know, my subscriber rate has pretty much stalemated, stalled, and I'm not unhappy with it because, hey, I get to know you guys more than if you were 1 in a million. Well, you're 1 in a million, but you're also 1 in 8,000. And I get to know you better as in a smaller setting, a smaller channel community setting, than if I had 500,000 subscribers. I wouldn't get to know people in on a one-on-one level, so to speak. Although we're not really face-to-face, but we're virtual to virtual. So I'm not unhappy with where my channel's at, but I was pleasantly surprised. And I just want to thank all the new subscribers. And I want to thank all the old subscribers for coming to the Streamathon. You guys, you supported us in really good ways this weekend. It was a really good Streamathon. I was pleasantly surprised. So that being said, we're going to move on. I want to do some watercolor here. So let me get set up. I'm just going to do, and I'll probably just do it. I'm going to have to set it like this so that I can, so I don't know if I want to look at it this way, but you're going to see it top down. I think I want to set it at an angle, not like that. I think I like it like this. And I'm just going to do a quick sketchy sketch here. Watercolor sketch. This is just off of that Be Inspired watercolor pad. I divided the page into 4. I'm going to do them in landscape. And is this where's the piece that I use as a wipe-off sheet? Let's get that out. My brushes are over here. Let me get some water. Watercolor cup. Leftovers and smooch, then the boot. Leftovers and smooch and then the boot. Are you still getting your hubby out the door, Kimberly? I watched Janet. I made a printout of her scavenger list. If you guys like to do scavenger hunts, I'm thinking about doing this year. I probably would. If you get 90 of them done, you can qualify to enter. You have to have it done and you know, notify her by April 1st. But what you do, and she's got this, you want to go to Janet M. Young's channel, and she's got a link to it, probably in her description block. It's probably on her community tab, and it's probably in the description box of her streamathon video from yesterday. She's got the alphabet here, and what I was thinking I would do is finish up carving my erasers. I think I'm on letter PQR. Where's R? Where's R? Oh, it's over here. She's going this way. R is over here. I was going down. I think I'll do my stamping. I think I'll finish up my rubber stamps. I was thinking of doing that when she mentioned the alphabet. And she said you could do these any way you wanted. So I'm over here. I think I'm either ready for R or Q. I think I finished Q or I'm working on Q. And I have to carve the rest of the alphabet. But I think I'll use my stamps and then do art around them. And that would take care of 26 of them. And string, twine, or ribbon. Well, I certainly have a lot of crochet thread. Ink, paint, splots. That wouldn't be hard to do. Buttons. I have a button card. A button card. I might do a watercolor of, not going to do it this morning. Draw your breakfast. She wants my bagel and cheese. I usually for breakfast I heat up a bagel and toast it and put cream cheese and cranberries on it now. That's what I usually have for breakfast after my streams. It fills me up, and then by 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, I'm ready for. I've been eating a lot of vegetable soup. A song, lyric artist, something out of the trash. Oh, I got a lot of trash. Put a bird on it, page of blue, stained glass. Number 52 is a stained glass drawing or photo. Collage, smack and dragon. Coffee stain, create a border, book page, gratitude page, botanical. Candy wrappers, treasure hunt map. Add a hidden message, use a paper towel, stickers, use an envelope, a page of smiles, tissue paper, Valentine, create a monster, use a rubber stamp. So there's, I'll quit now. There's a lot. So I might just start attacking these. I don't know, do I have my stamps available here? Did I take them out in the other room? Have the stamps available. I think they're right here. I also want to work on getting mail out. Karen K, she watches the replays a lot. I'm going to send these to Karen. I think that's the next mailing, and those lace mailings. Then I'm going to go through my Happy Mail, and one of my goals is to get caught up on my mailing. So Karen K, I got you on my radar. I got you on my radar, Karen. See, I got it all together here. I want to put some lace with this for her. I think I gave her some lace with the bird, though. I did get the bird sent out. Let's see, I wanted to get, I think those are my erasers. I think so. And this is just, let's check and see what's in that box. I forgot. And I'm going to put these, are those flannel pages. I'm going to cut them down for signatures for, let's see, what's this? Oh, here's a Winsor Newton set. I buy these if I see them on sale. I'm sure this one I saw on sale on Amazon. This is like that one I was trying to get open. It's 24, I think. Yeah, 24 half pans. But I'm not going to open this, but this is what it is. And I'm pretty sure I just saw this on sale and I grabbed it. I watch the Frugal Crafter, and she does a lot of watercolor, and when something comes on sale, she alerts us. I'm going to look at that in a minute. Karen K, I got you on my radar. Yeah, I wanted to get out these erasers here. See, I'm carving. I'm carving words on one side and alphabet on the other. Here's the H. See, I've got all the erasers out here. I got all the words out. Oh, there's Q and R there. So that's where I stopped. But I think I'll use these and participate in the scavenger hunt. I could probably do 90 of these pages. Let's see if A is up here. This should be A. No, it's J. Where's A? A. Is this A? That's M. I've got them all mixed up, I guess. That's I. Maybe A is over here. Here's A. And it looks like I need to shape some of these up a little. I got a little thin in there. They're not perfect. And then I got the word on the other side. This one's ink. It doesn't look, that K should be backwards. That K looks like a real K. This is wrong. Or maybe it goes like this. I'll have to see how that stamps off. K-N. N-I-N. No, I think I have my K backwards there. I might have to do another ink word. A, here's my B. G-O-L-D, ink goes, I have the eraser backwards. It goes like this, ink, I-N-K. It's right. I was holding this upside down. When you stamp it like that. So it's right. Whew. I have these all sketched out in my Society of Idea Collector. This is gold. Gold! So I'm going to finish these for the scavenger hunt pages. So I got Q and R I'm carving on D, which is backwards too, like that. I didn't put a word on him. A, B, C, D, E, F. This should be G here. The look should be G. Oh, it's I. What's this? That's F. What did I do with G? I'll have to arrange these in order. All righty, moving on. Did I have something in there? Just maybe this. No, I got that out for my... So I'm going to work on that. We'll get that done. It looks like my cigar box is falling apart here. I'm going to have to glue this down. The label, if I want it to stay. So I'm going to keep that handy. Handy dandy for the scavenger hunt list. I've already scavengered the first 26. I just have to use them now. All right, we were going to put some water in here. Let me take a peek at chat, see. Hi, Rhonda. Good morning, Rhonda. She says, good morning, everyone. Happy New Year. It's good to see you, Rhonda. I don't want to do that. I filled this with water today. It was getting empty. This spray bottle is one that I got at the Sally's Beauty Shop, but it certainly has lasted me longer than the others. I just about bought one the other day. Spray bottle. It sprays in a stream, though, not a mist. Let's spray my watercolor while I'm at it here. Oh, I didn't put all these erasers back. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. Hi, Sophia. Good morning and welcome in. It's good to see you, ladies. Pam is here. Hi, Pam. Arlene, Kitty Jen. Who am I missing? Oh, there's Miriam. Hi, Miriam. Good morning. It's good to see you. You are up early. Well, you're not up early because you are, how many hours? Are you 6 hours ahead of Central Time in Israel? I don't know if you are or not. I know England, the UK is 6 hours ahead. So you're 6 or 7 hours ahead. So when it's 6 o'clock here, it's noon there, or around noon. But welcome in, Miriam, if you're still out there. I thought I saw Mark out here, Artsploration. I call him Mr. Eternity. Kitty Jen says, I have half my front cover and my page down, and I have my 8 pages half done. Are you talking about the scavenger hunt? Wow, Kitty. Well, for me, it's nothing that I'm going to rush to do. I never do rush on these things. And I had finished or worked on the others every year, but I never quite finished. This one I might concentrate on finishing because I know I can get 26 of them done if I just try. Janet Young worked on her cover for hers. She collaged a cover. Let me get a sip of water. I had Fig Newtons this morning with my coffee. And I'm tasting them in my mouth. Arlene, thanks for dropping that link. And Kimberly, both dropped the link to, Kimberly dropped the link to the channel, and Arlene, I think, dropped the link to the, oh, well, that's to the stream. They're both to the same place, but GMTA, great minds think alike. Let's see. You should do Janet's scavenger book, Meri. It's so much fun. I try, and I have a list. I ask her for links to all her, I think she's done like 5 or 6 of them now. It goes back to like 2017, I think. And I got links to all of those, and I'm writing them down in a composition book. This one I'm not going to write down. I'm going to print it off. I didn't have a printer, so I wrote them down. Miriam says, I have my art group today. After the exhibition opening, we need to regroup for this year's work. My morning is long gone by now, but I was very early doing the closing of the streamathon. I did not catch the closing, but I watched a part of the replay, Miriam. It was getting late. Yeah, I knew I needed to get up. When I do these 4:30 streams, I need some time before that, so I set my alarm for 3:30, and I woke up. But I was up late. I was up late trying to get that short process that I put up. I'm going to have fun doing those little doodles and I'm doing them on the calendar. I didn't realize so many people were going to work on calendars. I probably would have chose something like this to do those doodles, but I'm going to continue with the calendar because I got it at the dollar store. I might as well use it. And that's the other thing I want to do. We'll do that maybe after I do this. I want to work on calendar, and I'm looking for a desk calendar that I can use. It doesn't have to be a current one, but I want one that sits on the desk and flips. A lot of them, the desk calendars, they don't flip. They're in a box in a stack of paper like that, and you take it out and do like this. I want one that flips. So I'm going to be hunting, probably find them at the, I'm not going to buy it brand new. I hunt it at the thrift store or something like that. I'll run across it. But I never really finished working in the one from last year. So I'm going to work on that. I got a whole box of scraps over here. Let's see, who else am I missing? Pam is here. She says, Meri, I live an hour from Madison. Pam, where do you live? Are you up north, or are you in east or west? Stitch it, Pam. I wish I would have known you when I lived in Madison for 13 years. I miss it in a way, but in a way I don't, because I think it's good when you're older to be around family, even though we don't do a whole lot as a family. It's better than living alone, and that it's good to be around family if you have family. And to tell you the truth, when that COVID hit, I don't think I would wanted to be up there alone by myself. I'm going to zoom in when I get started here. Let's see, did Pam answer me where she lives? Wait, let's see. A whole bunch of chat going on. I was way up above. No worries, Sophia. What did Sophia says? YT. YouTube, I can no longer delete messages I have posted. Well, now people have to live with my typos. You should be able to delete them. You should be able to delete your own messages, Sophia. I would go out and come back in or refresh my browser, see if I don't think YouTube has done anything for that I know of. Rhonda said, I've never done Janet's scavenger hunt. Well, I started, I've never completed. We'll see if I complete it this year. Patricia Stubbs was in here. She says, hi, Meri, I've been sick. You've been sick, Patricia? I'm so sorry to hear that. Are you on the mend? Or is it a serious sickness? It's good to see you, Patricia. Really good to see you. Sophia says, Meri, YouTube has changed something. You can't anymore. Well, I'm a host, so I can delete stuff, but I'll have to go in to a chat stream and just type a hi, and I'll try to catch a chat stream. Today is Tuesday, though. Oh, Kathy Berg will be on after me, which reminds me, I was listening to Shannon, Art Junkie, and she said she's on Saturday night, and I don't think I have her on Saturday night here. I want to write that down while I'm thinking of it. Write it down, Meri, because you'll never remember it. And I need to make a better schedule, but this works for now. I think she said 3 p.m. to like 4 or 5 something. I'm going to put 3 p.m. on Saturdays. She's on Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday in the afternoons, 3 p.m. Eastern. It's all Eastern. But today is Tuesday, so let's see. And then Chris is changing to what time? Did you say 2 to 3, Chris? Afternoon. I still have her in the morning. She's changing. I'll look at the message. She sent me a message. And she might change her Sunday stream. Well, I'll have to catch up with Chris. Kelly is on tonight. Kelly, they call her Kel. I call her Kelly. Rawson, Tuesday at 9 p.m. Stacy Catitude comes on at 10 a.m. every day, so you look for her. Kathy Berg comes on at 9 Central, 10 Eastern today. Barb Owen is, who else? Oh, Kathy Arbor. Kathy Arbor, I got her for 1 p.m. Eastern today on Tuesday. I want to get Lori Paint Girly scheduled too. And Becky, I try to keep track of her, but she changes a lot with what she's doing, depending on Scott's schedule. You know, Becky has to kind of work around whatever she's been going on. I think she was talking about it. She did a list of her word for the year. Becky's word for the year is finish, which I should have. My life word that I'm not going to choose a new word every year. I couldn't remember what word I picked for this year. So I'm picking a life word, and my life word is triumphant. And I picked that because it's such a positive word. But the thing of it is, to be triumphant, you have to triumph over something, some sort of a trial. You have to triumph over a trial. So I've certainly had a lot of trials to triumph over. So, and I at one point had started collecting the word triumphant. There's a lot of triumphant words in the Bible, but also there's a word triumphant in a lot of hymns. I'll see it when I'm reading sometimes. So that's kind of one thing but I don't really write it down. which I should, but it's my life word is triumphant. It keeps me positive. But Becky's word, I got off on the word of the year. Becky's word for this year is finish. And because I was watching the streams all weekend, I never really got to watch Becky's videos. So last night I went and caught up with her videos, and she was showing she's taken her projects that she's doing and divided them into categories. And I think she has sewing, crochet, and what's the other one? Sewing, crochet, and another category. And then she has her art categories or miscellaneous things, the DDs and stuff like that she keeps. But she had 3 main categories. I know one was sewing and one was crochet. I forget what the other one was. But it was not art related. I mean, paper art related. Huh. But anyway, she made a list. She went through all of her unfinishes, her projects that aren't finished. Like she had some dresses to finish. She had a dress that she made, I think she said for her nieces. They're 20 now. But she was showing they were cute dresses, you know, but and she had a dress that she had made. She had some crochet things that she made that she's going to rip out and use the yarn, and she couldn't find the pattern on it. So, and that's what I should do. Make the list of I could fill a journal with my list of unfinishes. You know, it's nice to have that list, but I have that to-do list from last year that's floated from month to month to month. I got a few things done on it, but not very many. So a list for my finishes just isn't going to work for me. I'm going to concentrate on sending out happy mail so that I can get that off of my conscience. I got my Christmas cards out. I'm triumphing over that. Organize. Yes, Patricia. That's another good word. I'm working on that too, but it's not really my word. I'd like to triumph over my disorganization. That's a good word, Patricia. What did Arlene say? Safia said, Becky is always a busy bee. She does so many different projects on the go. Yes, she does. Becky always has some really neat project, and I like to follow her. She has a lot of good ideas. She's always giving me good suggestions. So I need to zoom in. I'm way out here. Let's see. Arlene says, the Bible study group I'm in does a year-long project with our word. You know, Arlene, I tried to join the January, I think it's the 9th, and I couldn't get it to accept me. I need to go out there and try again. But I had just signed up, so I'm thinking, I'm thinking my password, my account had not completely processed through their system. I need to go out and try again. But that's good too, that they concentrate on that entire word through the year. Yeah, I should maybe pick a different word for a year, but you know, I get so sidetracked on things, and I can remember the word triumphant. What did I say I just triumphed over? I can't remember. Let's see, Safia says, so first and last time I tried that word of the year thing, I'm clearly too much of a basket case to keep it front and center. That's kind of like me, Safia. Yeah. I go down all these rabbit trails. As you can see, I go down rabbit trails. Maybe that should be the word of the year. Quit going down rabbit trails. What's the word for that? Stop. Let's see. Safia is laughing. She says, me too. I chose a one word last year, the first time I've ever done that. And then I think I forgot it by February. I definitely had to go and find it and lock it up when we were discussing it in the November. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that's exactly like me. Arlene says, my 2024 word is details. Wow. Rhonda says, I never changed my life word, believe. Yeah, now see, I'm like Rhonda. Rhonda's life word is believe. That's really that's a good word. Let's see. Patricia says, thank you, Sophia. Patricia, we're sending you healing prayers. Arlene dropped a link to Kathy Arbor's channel. She'll be on today at what time? Let me look before I put my foot in my mouth. 1 p.m. Eastern. And Kimberly, if you're out there and if I have that wrong, please let me know. I need to make me a better schedule and get all the people that I watch, but I'm so sporadic now with watching. I'm going to get better with that too. Well, I'm kind of, well, I'll tell you, the last 2 days, that phone, because I don't use earbuds anymore, that phone went constantly. Yeah, it was just like having the TV on for 24 hours. Except for Miriam's late night, I only got maybe like an hour of it watched, if even that, maybe about 45 minutes, and I just conked out. But here again, I was streaming at 4:30 in the morning, and Miriam was on at what, 11 o'clock or so? No, she was on late after Anne. So I was up almost 20 hours. I was wiped out. I couldn't make it the full Miriam time. And then I got up Monday morning. I missed Raul. And who was streaming? Was it Shannon? I think it was Shannon streaming Art Junkie when I was able to join in. And I think she had been on for a little bit before I got in there. And then I watched most of the streams until the afternoon. I kind of conked out in the afternoon. I watched a little of Janet Nash. I watched Dee Dee, but I didn't stay for all Dee Dee's stream either. Dee Dee was doing a planner. Boy, I'll tell you, I almost stopped everything and got my stuff out to follow her. But I didn't. I said, no, Meri, you can't do this. You can see here I'm doing 20 million other things. And my December daily is not done completely. I still need to write my stories. And I thought about it yesterday afternoon, but I was so tired. I said, I don't feel like writing. You have to kind of be in the moment to get that stuff out of your mind and onto paper. And I think it was because I was so tired. But I'm not sure I'm going to bind that journal. It's so thick. I think what I'm going to do is put it in one of those Christmas boxes and maybe wrap a ribbon around it. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'll put the cover on top and the cover on the bottom. But I have pictures left to put in there and everything. Well, I'm going to do a few more things to it, but let's see. Miriam said that was from my phone. Your stream was from your phone? Your late night stream? Sophia said, it's mad that it's not consistent across all platforms. She's talking about YouTube, I think. Sophia's having trouble deleting her messages. Oh, I see. Miriam was showing her that she could delete. Miriam says, from my iPad, I could not erase my hi. And then she deleted a message. So, and she said that was from her phone. So, are you on an iPad, Sophia, if you're still out there? Maybe it's the iPhone settings that are, I mean, the way YouTube is. Well, that's interesting. Miriam said she could not could not delete her hi from her iPad. Huh. Sophia says, how weird. Art curious is Miriam. Why only on a phone? YouTube is mad at times. YouTube is crazy at times, you know, but on the whole, I complain a lot about you. Look, I must have bumped my phone. I'm going whoop. I have really vented over the years about YouTube, but I was out there looking at my channel this. I want to redo some things on my channel, but they have done a lot to improve YouTube over the last 10 years. I have to give them some credit because they have done a lot. It's hard. You stop and think of yourself as a developer, and even as an author or a developer, a software developer who has to develop this and get it to work on all these different systems with all the devices and community. And it's not easy. So I have my issues with them, but as I look past the last 10 years that I've been, I can certainly see a lot of improvement on YouTube. A lot of things that we can do as streamers or as content developers that we could not do even 3 years ago. Shorts. Because a lot of people complain about shorts, but hey, we can still do it. And the only thing, well, I got two things that I'd really like to see them do. I'd like to see them bring back the group hangouts. I'd like to see YouTube. I don't feel like I should have to pay for a separate streaming service. And I know there's free platforms out there, but yeah, I'm not so helped on them. But that's just me. I'm trying to set this camera straight here. Did I get it? I'm waiting for me to catch up with me. I'll probably zoom in just a bit more here. But I missed the Hangouts because I was just starting to have fun with them when they took them away. But Google did that. YouTube really didn't do it. Google got rid of their Google stuff, their Google groups and the Hangouts, and they got rid of all that, which was, I can't control the world, even though I'd like to. You're going to be able to see my shoe. I have to let things catch up. I'm still holding on to this. Hold it. Yeah, you can kind of see it. Like that, maybe. I'll work like this. Boy, it's all backwards in my... There. And you're seeing a top-down view. All right, let me finish reading chat. I've never done... Rhonda was saying she never did Janet's scavenger hunt. Kitty Jen says, I have last year's book done, except like 3 prompts. And then the year before, I only did half. Maybe because I need a second book for 1 year and I only had half done. They're talking about the scavenger hunt. Sophia says, this is where Sophia said she can't delete messages. Let me go down to the bottom here. Hi, Ania. Is it Ania? A-N-N-I-N-A? Anina? And Ania? Hi, welcome in. I'm mispronouncing your name for sure. I should just call you Ann. It's a pretty name, though. Isn't that pretty? Is it Anina? Anina? Welcome in. Jasper's here. She says, isn't perseverance different than persistence? Well, persevere is like you're going to keep at it no matter what. Persistence is kind of like that, but it's like I'm persisting. Well, they both kind of mean keeping on. Persist means to keep on. To me, persistence is more like I want to get this done. I'm going to work at it until I get it done. It's more of a trying to accomplish something. Perseverance, now I'm just telling my interpretation. Perseverance for me looks like you're trying to, you're persevering like through a trial. You're keeping on, but you're persevering through a bad situation. That's my interpretation of it. I'm not an authority though. I'm not a dictionary. I'm not a grammar pro, but that's how I interpret it. Oh, Legia, I wish I could pronounce her name. Legia in October's said, that's true, Meri. It's a lot of work to get it to work across devices. My work is in the development of web applications, which is where I'm heading into now. Thank you for the stream. Yeah, it is a lot. I would love, this is kind of a dream of mine that will probably never happen, but I would love to create an art game. And I mean, I mean a game that you can play on your devices. Because I have in my head all the different things you could do. And there are probably art games out there, but it's not mine. But when I stop to think about it, okay, now I could probably find something and maybe make it work with, they have what they call templates and that. I've researched it enough to know that there are templates out there that you can use. But still, you need to, you need to make it work across devices and on different platforms. And this is where the companies that are game developer companies probably would come in. But I would love to be able to do that. But I have a hard enough time getting my channel in order. So it's just kind of it's kind of like if I could just snap my fingers and have what I want at my fingertips, it would be fun, but can't do that. And in a way, I think that's a good thing if you have to persist at something. You have to have a dream. You have to have an idea. I'm talking about inventors and people like Thomas Edison and all of that. Those things were in their imagination. The Wright brothers now have jet airplanes and not so long ago they were trying to get it off the ground. I think what did they fly, like 500 feet? Was it 500 feet? It wasn't very far, the first flight. Then if they could fly in one of these helicopters or jet airplanes like what we have every day, they would probably just be amazed. Maybe they're looking down from heaven going, we got our wings, what are you complaining about? Jasper, hanging in there. I hope you are doing well too. Jinx, you slide mink. Jasper says. They're saying good morning to each other. Arlene says, she's talking to Miriam. She says, my PT was a great guy, physical therapist. I still text him and his wife on holidays, and they send cards. Aww. Jasper says, I want to develop a platform where advertisers and members are on a level we need to have and not how it is now. My personal info is gold and help develop AI. Where's my cut? We don't get a cut. Our cut is to, well, come on YouTube. And I am kind of thankful for that. I know YouTube is run off of advertising and that. In a way, I'm kind of thankful because I wouldn't be able to have a channel. I wouldn't get to know you guys. And I don't make a whole lot of money. And they take what, 33, probably even 35% of it now. Oops, I dropped my clip. Where did it fly up? I dropped my hair clip. I was playing with my hair clip. I got me a hair clip to match my white hair. I couldn't find it at Christmas or Thanksgiving. I wanted to wear it when we went to the restaurant. I had to wear my brown one. Isn't that pretty? I got it at the Dollar Tree. But I have longer hair, and all my hair, well, this is a double one too. I didn't know this was double. It has double blades on each side. I didn't know that. It doesn't grip all my hair. All my hair, because it's longer, it won't grip it all. And I was playing with it, getting it to not fall off the back of my head. And I snapped it. But yeah, YouTube, you know, and that the AI is what kind of, you know, it's nice to have that chat GPT. I like to play with that. I'll ask it. I was cussing it out one day. I should show you guys that. I don't know if I can find it yet. I was asking him a list. I said, I want a list of 100, I think I said 100 different unique art prompts. That's what I was asking for. And it would give me 10 at a time. And I said, well, that's fine, but give me more. And it'd give me more. And then it started repeating them. And I said, well, I wanted them unique. And finally I said, well, you can't do it, can you? And it kind of admitted in a way that, you know, at this time it couldn't do that. I was cussing it out. I said, all I want is 100 unique. I want a list of 100 unique art prompts. I think that's what I was asking. It's been a while, but I was talking back to it. I was talking trash to it. And as an AI machine, it should be able to go out there and get a list of 100 unique art prompts. And it could have been it could have been drawing or painting, or it could have been different paper media. I'll bet you could take 10 art categories and find 10 prompts for it. That would be 100. But AI didn't do that. They kept repeating them. And I said, well, you already told me that one. It was funny. So AI certainly isn't there yet, but I do like it as a tool. I like it to, you have to take what it gives you with a grain of salt. What I don't like is when people try to get it to be human, you know, and you know, some of the things that, you know, we should be using our own minds for. Go get your own 100 prompts. I could probably do that. I would divide it into 10 categories and find 10 prompts for each category. Arlene says, Meri, arguing with her devices. Yeah, I was arguing with Chat GPT. Kimberly, Arlene says, you know you have argued with your phone. What did Kimberly say? I'm missing out on what you guys are saying. Kitty Jen said, I left off on doing all of the old maid characters, but I need to make a second book. What are you talking about? Let's see. Kitty Jen says, half that one done that I drew out full pictures of all the whole entire Clue characters from every Clue game. Wow, that's interesting. Arlene says, Kimberly, I don't know how to give up. Kitty Jen says, well, the thing is with my first scavenger book I did for Janet is also the one with all the games in it. And I maybe put a tray, I think she means a tad too much detail than the others did, which may be why I only have it half done. Well, but don't you enjoy that half done that you have? Yeah, I tend to do that too. I tend to go a lot into detail when others around me. And, you know, I was even like that in high school. My high school classmates, the ones that were valedictorian, salutatorian, and the smart ones in the group, they didn't take every class they could get their hands on. They took what, well, now, but some of them were really smart in math and science, and which I think I could have been, but I was convinced that I could not work a square root, which I'd probably have to go figure out yet to, today. But at that age, you convince yourself you can't do something, well, you can't. But I took every class period for me, except for maybe one, was full. And I carry all these books home, English and my science and social studies and my shorthand book. And, I get on the school bus. We lived maybe 3 miles out of town. School bus took us home. And I had all these books in my hand, and I did use them at night. I did, but the thing of it is like what I am now. My habits developed early in life. I get into so much. I'm interested in so much that I don't really finish or develop into one area. And I've been like that my whole life. I want to do this. I want to do that. I want to get down this rabbit trail. I want to go down that. So I was probably a B student in high school. I could have probably been an A if I would have dropped some of this stuff and concentrated on one or two things. Although I probably would not have gone into the higher math that was offered. I took chemistry. That was kind of interesting. I took chemistry, and that's as far as I went. But some of that other stuff was, I convinced myself that I couldn't do it. Don't convince yourself that you can't do things. I got interested in art, but it was a whole different thing then than it is today. I was painting a deer in the woods on an acrylic canvas on a cardboard backing. That was my art back then. Oh, it's not much better today, but I didn't have watercolors and all those things like I was showing earlier. I didn't have all of that. It's interesting. It makes you thankful. Makes you a list of what you're grateful for. Let me go down to the bottom. I missed a lot of chat up there. Let's see, what are you guys talking about? Jasper, no political, no grammar. No, I read police, and there's no grammar police in here. I thought she was going to say there's no political police. Jasper says, I'm trying to say 10 paragraphs in 60 characters. I get it. I understand. What'd you say? I'm sorry my grammar plummets when I have to say it in chat. I get impatient. I know. I understand. Meri, I'm going to send you a canvas. I had, a conversation that I had with Chat AI. I asked, did humans not create it, etc. It was very enlightening what its answers are. Oh, I'm going to go back because I haven't changed. Sometimes if you have a chat, do you use Chat GPT, that OpenAI? That's what I was using. And if you don't use it for a while, sometimes when you go back, it doesn't completely. But it might have been too long because I was asking for a list of 100 prompts and it couldn't come up with 100 of them. But it does do things that are interesting if you cooperate with it and don't argue with it. You can get some information that's very enlightening because it goes out. It's kind of like a big encyclopedia where, if in our day, if we wanted to know facts about an artist, we would have to go to an encyclopedia or a book on art and research it. It's kind of like a digital researcher, but you have to take what it says with a grain of salt because not everything, they don't get everything right. I wouldn't rely on it on a diagnosis for cancer. Oh. Okay, I'm sitting here reading chat. I'm enjoying you guys this morning. I didn't spritz my water. Let's spritz my water. I mean, spritz my water. Spritz my water on my watercolor. I didn't do that. I put it in my little dish over there. It's probably evaporated by now. So I'm going to do this. This is not complicated. It's a very basic shape. And I kind of want to look at it. Let's figure out what I'm going to use here. These brushes I had out from the other day. I got my pencil and got my fan brush, a large brush, kind of a flat, more of a round, a smaller brush, and oops, what happened to those? See, I lose some brushes. My arm knocks things off. Here's that pencil. This is a Stabilo. We'll use that today if I can find a pencil sharpener. I had a pencil sharpener here. It's gone bye-bye too. I knocked it off out of here. I should put it in my drawer. Well, it's not here. Let me use an X-Acto knife because I want to sketch with it. Or I could just use a pen and use this. It's pretty well flat. So let's sharpen it a little. I just snapped this blade the other day. So if you want to sharpen something like this and you want to save as much of your lead as you can, kind of take your thumb, if you got a knife, and I kind of learned this in drawing class, and just shave that wood and kind of come up. Don't hit the lead, and just kind of carve very slowly around it. And see, I'm pushing with my thumb, and I'm going slow. A lot of artists will, when they use a wooden pencil like this, will use a knife. They won't use a pencil sharpener because a pencil sharpener would just shave away at your lead too. And this cost me $1.60 for this Stabilo, which is not cheap for a pencil. So you want to get your goods out of it. Get a little bit more over here. And it's probably more today because I had this sitting in that art box for at least 7 years. I didn't buy it here. I bought it in Wisconsin, so I've been home 7 years. Oh, got it all over my paper. All right, Meri's just playing this morning anyway. Let's go ahead and do this. I'm going to sketch first. Well, I think I'll sketch with the Sharpie. Or I could sketch with this because it's fairly water soluble on vellum coated paper. I don't know about this for sure. Well, let's try it. See, I think I kind of wanted it angled this way. Yeah, like that. We'll use this as a wipe off sheet. I've got my... All right, let's do some art. Whatever's out there, grab onto it. If you feel like arting and do a quick sketch or cut, fussy cut, glue, cut and paste. I was listening to, was it Mrs. Gigi or Lovely Malia? I think it was Lovely Malia. And she says she's all about cut and paste and glue and assemblage. I think that was Malia that said that. I was listening to her on the Streamathon. Come in like so. Come around this way. And come around. That might be a little much. This way. And then down, down, down. Like so. And let's see, let's do the heel. This needs to be a little bit more elegant. Maybe this is too long in here. Maybe that's my problem. This is too long. We'll take care of that. And then this comes down like so. Oh, that's not so elegant. And then it's got a heel. Like. Yeah. Now let's make it a little thinner. And then maybe make this a little. Well, it's not bad. It's certainly not perfect. This has more of a swoop to it, but it is what it is. I'm keep going over these lines. Maybe this swoops down a little bit more like so. There. Oops, I'm knocking this off. This could be a little more longer here. All right, we'll call that that, and then let's get some water here and see if I can work these lines. Oh, I got a dirty brush. I didn't clean my brushes from last time very good. It's not too dirty, but it's okay. We'll use that in the background. See if I can't get rid of some of these lines. Oh, I'll watercolor over it, but kind of get rid of some of those. Push them back in the background there. Alrighty. It's just a sketch. That's what I say. I really don't do paintings. I sketch until I play with it, till I'm halfway happy with it. And it's all wet. Let's grab some. What do I want in the background? Do I want to do, you know, I was looking for black the other day. I can't decide which one I thought was black. Was it this one or this one? That's kind of a dark blue, Payne's gray, dark blue. And I'm not good with wet. I like a solid color. I'm not good with all this gradient color. These do have a nice gradiency to them. See how it thins out in there with the water, but I don't know which one that is. This is not black. This is more of a dark. This one, more of a darkish blue when it thins out. This one over here might be black. This might be black here. The black is my tabletop. We could put some scratch lines in it. And we'll put a floor on this, and we'll keep the black in the background. So it would come in here, right about in there, and then right about in here. How does that? How does that rock and roll? It's fun to play. All right, now I've got dirty brush here. Let's see what I can do here. See how much paint I have on there? See if this could actually be a nighttime scene here. Look how much paint's on my brush. And that's without dipping it in the water again. That's just the pigment off of my brush. I'll do this when I'm out urban sketching rather than wiping it off on a rag. I've seen, when I lived in Wisconsin and we'd go up to the touristy areas up around Green Bay and up in Door County, there would be artists out there working on the sidewalk in the summertime. And I was watching one lady. Yeah, I get curious too. But I didn't stand and stare at her. I just noticed. And she had, and I did that for a while, she wrapped the rag around her arm and she cleaned her brush off on that rag. We'll just make a play out of that. Now I'm going to wash my brush out. I got a lot of color off of it. My pot of water, let's just get it off over here. It was clean the other day, but it's probably dirty now. See how dirty I've had that for years. I think I've used it ever since I come down here. I do clean my water, but it's probably dirty. I was laughing at Janet. Janet said one of her resolutions was not to tease Dee Dee about her dirty paint water. I was thinking, oh God, I'm glad she does come into my stream. All right, this is not even in here. So I washed it all out and then I'm getting it dirty again. It dries pretty fast. It's kind of warm in here because I'm above the furnace. All right, let's do the floor here. What am I going to do there? We want a nice contrast. How about a dark green? That would be pretty. Or we could do brown. Let's do a brown. Let's do a brown. Now, see, I don't like how much water. That's what I would think I would like a tube paint. But I would squeeze too much out. Believe me, I probably would. And I can't get too detailed here with this fatter brush. See, that's too wet for me. Let's take this and see what happens if I do this. Blot it. That's what happens. Oh, okay. I don't want to drag and smear it. I just want to pick it up. Oh, and look, what do I have here? Ground. Let's do some. It looks like I'm doing a landscape. See how much color's on my brush? But the brush was wet. I don't like a wet brush. So I like to more color down like this in here. Whoops, I lost my chat. Hold on, let me refresh my chat. Janet Young is hilarious. She's a clean freak, and Dee Dee is not. Then Dee Dee taunts Janet with grody stuff. That's funny. I was laughing at him the other day. My resolution is not to comment on Dee Dee's dirty water. All right, I'm going to wash out my brush. I'll get it nice and wet again. I don't like a wet brush. I'm going to squeeze some of that out. because when I do a wet brush, then my color is not thick enough for me. But then I can't get it off of my cake either. So I have to have some wet in there. I think I would rather have paint out of a tube, but I'd probably squeeze so much out and then it would dry and then it would just be like having a cake again. So this is my January 2nd. Now, am I going to stream tomorrow morning? It depends. I did not write that on my schedule because sometimes Becky comes on in the mornings. It depends for her too. I don't know if she's going to come on tomorrow morning or not. When she does, though, if I come on tomorrow morning, I probably will not come on at 4:30 because if Becky comes on in the mornings, she usually comes on like around 5:30 her time, which is 4:30 my time. And I want Becky to have her time on Wednesdays if she wants it, because that's really her time. But if she doesn't want it, and if I'm available, and if I want to come on, I will. And she does the same for me. I will post, and if I think about it, I will post and say I'm not coming on. And she'll see that, and then if she wants to come on, she will. And we didn't plan it that way. That just happens. There's no agreement or anything. All right, I'm going to see how much color I like on my... I just like a lot of color. Now, the thing is, I do have a white here. And this shoe it's white, but with the shadow and everything, it's kind of a cream color. Let's see what I can get off of my brush here again. My browns. Let's do some weeds. I guess this is out at the lake. There's a little bit of water floating out this way, and it gets out deeper here. Should be darker here and lighter there, I think. Is it darker when it's deeper, or is it darker closer to the shore? Do you guys know? Somebody smarter than me out there? I'm sure there is. My brother would know. All right. Now I'm going to wash it out. We're letting this dry a little. And I need to get this really clean. Well, not real clean, but fairly clean, because I'm going to put the white on there. And I should kind of mark where the flowers are here. These flowers. It's a rose and a daisy. I don't know if I'll get all those on there. So that's pretty clean, but once I start painting with it, it will. All right. Where's my Sharpie? You can do pen work with your, this is the Tombow. Where's my Sharpie? I get these little brushes at Walmart. They're Royal Langnickel. I really wanted a tinier one. I guess I probably have gotten it out and ruined it. I usually pull at the Sharpies. Where are all my Sharpies? There's a scissors, a sponge, and what I did with my Sharpies here. There, fell down in there. That's a pin plus gear. Where's my Sharpies? Can't see for the rulers that I stuck in there. There's a little brush. Still got the plastic on it. It's another little one. I bought some little ones. And those are the pin plus gears. This is it. I should have a separate container for pen plus gears and a separate container for Sharpies. Yeah, get too many separate containers and then I'll be looking for my container. All right. Let's take a minute and look at chat. I'm kind of waiting for this to dry. Oh, I got the roof. I was going to put those little Christmas trees on here like Tim Holtz did. I got it at the thrift store last time I went for 20 cents. And I might start on here because those trees are small. I was going to put little Christmas trees on there. Tim Holtz did that. Of course, he does a fancy-dancy job. Yep, Christmas is over. Well, Christmas really isn't over for me till January 6th. Let me look at chat. Let me refresh my chat. What did Arlene say that was funny? Janet Young is hilarious. Oh, yeah, that's what they're laughing about. Janet and Dee Dee arguing back and forth. Kimberly says, I found a glass Fenton red shoe like that at the thrift store last month for 99 cents. It was a really good score. Yeah, I have to say, if you keep your eye out when you're thrifting, you can get some bargains. You know, I think some of it is donated by family that really don't want that stuff around them anymore, you know, after their parents pass away or their mother or their grandmother, and they just donate it. And I found some really nice things, not, you know, some things I found are really, you know, you'd pay 30, 40, 50 on up dollars for, and you get them for $3 or $4. But I was watching YouTube, and I ran across this short, and the lady was explaining on there the difference between just a glass goblet and a crystal one. And she thumped it, and the glass one had a ring to it. It had a ring, but it was a short ring. It goes ding, like that. And the crystal one goes ding. And I go, yeah, that's crystal. It was really a pretty sound. And so you're going to see me go, I don't have any use for that stuff anymore because it would just sit around here. I guess I could drink cranberry juice out of it, but it goes ding. Maybe I will get one. I'll look for one. I'll go dinging all the glasses at the. I doubt that I would. Well, you might find one at Goodwill, though. You'd probably have to look more in the thrift stores and maybe the like we've got that antique mall that I like to go to. That's it's kind of a antique thrift store. They have a lot of vintage things. It's fun to go there, but I spend money every time I go. Okay, there's Paula. Hi, Paula. Good morning. Darker when deeper. Oh, the lake is darker. That's what I thought. So on here on my little wipe-off sheet. This is a wipe-off sheet from doing this. I just cleaned my brushes off on here. This was from the other day when I did my sketch, and then this morning I did this background, and this is the wipe-off on my paintbrush. And this is the brown, and there's the wipe-off. And it's fun to do this. And sometimes I'll just scribble, you know, when I brush across, and I'll have a bigger pad, and then I'll just cut them into like ATC sizes. I might cut this one up. Maybe I'll goof them. Well, I'm not doing much more on this though that I could make. I'd have to show you. I don't know if I have any around. I haven't gone urban sketching for such a long time that I do that when I'm urban sketching. They're saying good morning to Paula, Anina, Annie, and I'm mispronouncing your name. It's a pretty name. Anina. I'm jealous for the U.S. thrift stores. Yeah, don't get too jealous. It's all junk. It's all junk. I mean, I don't mean junk. It's thrift. But you know, sometimes we're jealous of things. I don't know what country you're from, Anina, but you know, we like things that are imported. So don't get too jealous because I said it's just junk, but it's just stuff. It's just stuff. Um, it's not worth getting jealous over. Just you know, and I tell myself that too when I see nice stuff. I mean that I don't can't afford. I'm going. You know, hey, enjoy what you have, Meri. Just enjoy. You know, I would love a scan and cut. I'm just, I'm jealous for one. I watch Julie Faye Fan Bowser and she promotes those scan and cuts. And I really want one, but I don't want to do like I did with my printer and buy a cheaper one that I'm not going to be happy with. You know, I want to get the best I want to get the best I can afford. And I was saving toward it, but then I got hit with some doctor bills. So it might be a year or two before I can even think about a scan and cut. I'm kind of waiting to see what happens there, but there's Becky. Good morning, Becky. Becky said, if I'm feeling better, I will come on tomorrow at some time. Well, Becky, if I don't see you on in the morning, like I will not be going on at 4:30 tomorrow morning. And if usually when you come on, you come on around 5:30 or so your time, which is 4:30 my time, and you're done by the time I want to come on. But to tell you the truth, I feel like Wednesday mornings belong to you. If I don't see you on, I'll pop on. But I enjoy seeing you. I'm not planning anything tomorrow. I would like to go get a lottery ticket. That lottery, you know, with Nebraska, usually the people who win the lottery ticket are in Florida, Texas, and California, and New York. But it's fun to, I shouldn't say that, it's fun to go buy one. I don't invest $100 or that. Some, you know, I buy about $9 worth. I get the Powerball and I get the Power Play with it. But I don't think, I think it's been several years since somebody in Nebraska's won the lottery. I think somebody out west won one. But this needs more of a swoop to it, but I'm going to leave it since it's there. So I would like to get one because the Powerball is way up there. 800 and some million. I don't want, you know, 800 million. I would just be happy with 100,000. I'd like to be able to pay off my doctor bills, pay off some of my other bills that have accumulated. But, you know, at one point, I'm going to need new tires for my car. I got a dentist. My dentist is trying to get me to go to an oral surgeon. And not only am I fighting it physically, I'm fighting it because I know that they aren't going to be happy with pulling one tooth. They're going to want to pull all of them at the same time. And my insurance doesn't cover all those teeth at one time. And I told my dentist that, and he's, well, usually people pay for it out of pocket. And I go, well, I'm not usually, I can't afford that, especially with an oral surgeon. So, like I said, that scan and cut may be a pipe dream for me, but we'll see. We'll see. I'm not, it's just stuff. You know, I can sit with an X-Acto knife and play with an X-Acto knife. You don't have to have all of that. It'd be nice to have it, but, and that got me off of what Anina said. Anina said about being jealous for the thrift stores. And some of the thrift stores in the United States, it is just junk. I mean, not all of it. I like to go to the thrift store, the Catholic thrift store that we have here locally. I like that because they're clean. You know, the merchandise they put out is very much worth the price that you pay for it. our Goodwills really aren't even that bad. There's a couple Goodwills that I got cheated on that rotten thread. And the next time I go to that store, I'll mention it and I say, you know, I bought some thread here and you guys packaged it all up. I wouldn't have bought it because when I got it home it was rotten, you know. And if they want to package it up, they should at least tape a sample to, and in that case they should have taped a big long sample because nobody would have, they would have pulled on it and found out it was not good thread. And but even their paper, they had this. Now I bought this at our local Goodwill, but see, they package it up. They package it, and I wanted it, and I asked the clerk. There happened to be a clerk by, and it's gridded paper. I'm going to put some of it in my printer and see how it prints. But I thought, well, usually you see contact paper with that large of a grid. It doesn't have grids inside grids that I can see. Let me pull the sheet out. I think it just has the, and I'm not even sure they're an inch. No, it doesn't have any little grids inside. Let me see if it's a complete inch here. Well, yeah, it is an inch. So the grids are an inch. They're pretty accurate. I'm going to put it in my, because this will make a nice, I think Dee Dee here. I was watching Dee Dee do her planners where she collaged things. I was thinking this would make some nice planner paper. But I don't plan. Well, it could be journal too. Let's see. I'll keep this sheet out. I had the sheet out. I don't know what I did with it. I think I used it as backing paper. I want to see if my ink pen soaks through this. What did I pushed my watercolor off. Let's just write my name. My pen is dry. I hunted for that Sharpie. It's dry. Do I have another one in here or over here? I guess we'll use that Tombow. I like the Tombow markers, but you pay a little bit more for them. See, I tend to leave, this is a ballpoint, but where's my Tombow? It's in here. That's a Sharpie. That's an S-gel pen. So what's in here? Is this it? Yeah. Let's see if this soaks through. If you guys see Sharon Lombard pop in, and she's out west, so she might be sleeping yet. I usually see her in my evening streams. Tell her Meri found her Santa Claus if you see her in one of the streams. Meri found your Santa Claus. Well, tell her to send it. It's been a year. I want to see if this soaks through. This is getting used. I wrote all those cards with it. It's running out of ink. Well, that didn't come through. But this is a felt tip. Let's try. I want to try let's try one of these Pen Plus gears. Those usually soak through. Is that dry Sharpie? Or no, that's not the dry one. Let's try this. Well, this one's getting dry. January 2. It's not fresh. It's not, I use them. It's not juicy. 2024. I doubt that this soaks through either because it's getting dry. Let's try a Pen Plus gear. This paper might be worth the cost. Well, that's a green one. Let's try a dark one. It's probably dry too. I have a whole bucket of pens, not that one, that I need. They're old pens that I've had around that I need to take apart. I was taking them apart. This one's good though. Yeah, see, this will soak through. So in a planner or a journal, you would want, wherever you journaled over here, if you were doing like what Dee Dee was doing, I would want to put something, let's say that let's do it this way. Let's say this is a journal page here, and I'm using my Pen Plus gear. I would want to take my fussy cut or whatever and put over here, or put a piece of washi tape over it or something. But usually when you journal, and that's kind of why I like these lines, because well, this is a grid. I don't really buy gridded paper like this. I buy the 10 square for planning, but yes, I didn't even fold it right. All right, let's go back to my shoe and let me look at chat again. Becky, I washed if you're out there listening, I washed your mug rug. It was pretty dirty. It's fresh and clean. I used OxyClean on it, the laundry soap. I use that. Arm & Hammer, no, not OxyClean. Arm & Hammer. It's what I like to use in my laundry. I got a paint spot on it, but it was really dirty. It came out pretty clean. Yeah. Becky made this for me. It's a mug rug. What you're supposed to do is put your coffee on one side and your cookies on the other. But I put my paint jar on it, which is why it has spots on it. I have it up because I cleared my desk off when I did that stitching. Let's see, they're talking to Roy. Did I say good morning to Mr. Roy? Let's see. Isn't that a cute mug rug? Arlene dropped the link to Becky's channel. What time is it? Almost 7. Today is Tuesday. I can go until 9. Switzerland. What is Switzerland? What are you saying Switzerland for, Miriam? Roy said COVID has been kicked to the curb. Last night, the test line that was barely visible. Oh, way to go, Roy. That's good. Does that mean it was negative? That's good. Good news, Mr. Roy. Do cricket. I don't know about cricket. They have a lot of proprietary software. I suppose Scan and Cut does too. I suppose I could, but I kind of got caught on my printer by getting a cheaper one. I'm not really super duper. I'm happy with my printer in the fact that it's an eco tank, and I can refill those pretty easy. I do buy the Epson ink though, and that's kind of expensive, but I guess it's worth it. But I had to struggle. The struggle was real to get it set so the colors looked good. I think I have it set now, but there are a couple things about it that really bother me. And Dee Dee says, well, most of the settings are in your software. Like if you're using, I don't even have Word. I have on my phone, I have a what is it called? It's a Samsung notepad. And it has some font, but I can't do a lot of fancy stuff with it. And the app, when I can print off with the PDFs, that's what I have the best luck with, is printing off those PDFs. Although the last time that I put something to scan on the tabletop, when I first got this, I did the scan just by putting the paper on the scanner and scanned it that way, and it was horrible. It was really dark. But we played around with it so much now that it doesn't come out too bad now. But I have the best luck creating PDFs and opening it up with a Adobe PDF and printing from there. I have the best luck with that. I haven't figured out the board. It says you can do borderless, but the app itself, the software app that came with the printer, it says border on there, and I would expect to click, it has an arrow. I would expect it to have a borderless, and the documentation says that it does borderless, but I haven't been able to get it to do any borderless. So there's some little things, but I attribute it to being a printer that was on sale and not being top of the line printer. So when you go for a piece of equipment like that, be aware of what you're getting into. I knew that it wasn't top of the line, but I don't know. I kind of wish I would have saved my money a little bit more and got a bit better one. Hi, Sylvia. Good morning, Sylvia. Happy New Year. Arlene says, I love my old laser printer. It doesn't do anything fancy. It just prints. Yeah, this does pretty good on, like if I had to print off some tax and bank statement documentation to submit to the doctor. And I'm trying to get them to cut my doctor bill in half. I don't know if they'll go that far, but I'm waiting to see. We'll see. I got a whole long story about that I shouldn't talk about here. But I had to print it off on my printer. I had to print all my documents. That's pretty good with that. I had to submit a whole bunch of forms. So that's over and done with. I don't know what's going to happen with it. It caught me with some high doctor bills that I really did not realize that they were doing. And I told them that. And in fact, when they sent me the bill, they did not detail what they were charging me for. And when I called and asked, I said, well, what is all this for? I don't even know what it's for. What are you charging me for? And she said, well, that's for the care you received. I'm going, well, I care about you too, but I'm not charging you that much. I didn't tell her that. I was thinking it. For the care you received? Exactly what care did you give me? And she said, well, I can send you an enumerated one. And she did. And they gave me an IV. And the nurse who put the IV in my hand here, she didn't put it in right. And she walked away and it came out. And I had blood all over from my hand, all over the floor. And she had to put that back in. Well, that wasn't my fault. You train your nurses to put the IVs in right. They charged me double for just putting in that IV, and it wasn't cheap, And I told him, I said, I didn't realize that I felt like they should have alerted me to, I wasn't so sick that if they would have told me what they were doing, I would have probably put my foot down and said, I can't afford it. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. I'm very unhappy with them. I did get better. And I feel like I can pay some on it. It isn't like I don't want to pay for the care that they gave me, but I do think that the care is excessive. I mean, they charge me for every little. So, and they do. I understand that they do. I understand that, but they need to understand that when they start doing that they need to let their people know what they're getting into. And I don't feel like I was advised properly. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm just on my soapbox. Hi, Lynn J. Good morning, Mary and all. I'm making my way into work. Lynn, are you the lady who sent me that? Are you from Houston? Are you from Texas? Are you the lady who sent me all that Tim Holtz fabric? Do I have you? Because she was always into her way to work when she talked. She wanted to wish us a happy new year. I was off on my Is your name Lynn? I was thinking her name was Melody. I don't know if she's going to answer me. Arlene says medical bills and gas prices are gauging back. Kimberly says, Lynn, oh my goodness, how good to see you. How are you? And how old is the little one? Roy says, Lynn, turn around and go back to crafting. Work is overrated. Roy gets me. You get me into a good mood, Roy. I was starting out my stream. I was getting off on the wrong track there. Hi, Chris. Good morning, Chris. Well, Kimberly knows Lynn. I think Lynn is the person who sent me all that fabric. I'm gonna have to check I got the package that she sent it in. I'm gonna have to check and see if her name is Lynn. Jay. Lynn. She's making her way into work. She's probably driving in traffic. All right. Chris came in. Hi, Chris. Good morning, Chris. It's good to see you. And there's Dee Dee. There's Dee Dee. Dee Dee is our inspiration. Happy New Year, Dee Dee. It's good to see you. You came in at a good time, Dee Dee. I just got off of a Dr. Bill rant. Dee Dee says she's stopping in before heading out on errands. I want to go with you, Dee Dee. I want to go shopping. Dee Dee says she lives around the corner from Hobby Lobby. That's what she said. I thought, wow, that must be nice. I have to drive. I'm on a bitchy mood this morning. I have to drive 50, 60 miles to get to our Hobby Lobby, but that doesn't disappoint me anymore because they don't sell Stratford paper anymore. I'm in a bitchy mood. I guess I'm not making a very good impression to all these new people. I want to thank all the new subscribers to my channel. You guys, I didn't even think about new subscribers over the weekend. It just did not even enter my mind. And I was so surprised when I saw because my channel has stalled over the last year, which doesn't disappoint me because I've had a hard year. But, you know, I don't blame anybody but me on that. But it was such a nice surprise to see my subscriber count jump up. And, you know, welcome in. It's so good to see new folks come in here. So, and I'm sorry that sometimes I get bitchy. I'm only human. Miriam says, good morning to Dee Dee. Chris says, I would be broke if I lived close to a craft store. I would too. Although when I lived in Madison, I did live kind of around the corner. I lived pretty close to Michael's and Whole Trade Store and Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby was a little bit further away from me. I had to go 12 miles to get to Hobby Lobby. Michael's, I just probably maybe 3 miles at the most. And Michael's and Whole Food Store, not the Whole Food Store, what was it? Yeah, it was Whole Foods. Well, it wasn't Trader Joe's. It was another, I think it was called Whole Foods, though. It was another Whole Food store is what it was. TJ Maxx. Mary, see Lynn's comment above. Thank you, Arlene. Where is it? Let me see what she says. Mary, Lynn J said, yes, in your case, you missed it. Oh, wait. So she is the one who sent me all that fabric. I haven't seen her in such a long time. I missed it. I don't even see her comment. I see Roy. I see where Anina says, I have to go check on my father. I haven't heard from him in a while. Oh, I hope he's okay. You fill us in on if he's okay or not. Where did Lynn answer me? Roy says, Lynn, turn around and go back. Lynn, oh my goodness, I haven't seen you in a while. Hi, Lynn. Medical bills. Good morning, Mary. No, all right, I'm making my way to work. Okay. Am I missing her? I'm in live chat. Dee Dee, Kimberly. Here's where she says hi to Paula and Roy. Paula and Roy. Dee, Paula. Oh, she said yes. Okay, so let me say this. She blessed me. It's been a little over, well, it's been a couple years ago, but she sent me a package and it had, I was showing it when I showed the package of Tim Holtz fabric that she sent me, and just in a priority mail envelope, but it was several pieces of Tim Holtz fabric. And I pulled the text thinking I was going to use it, and I can't cut into it yet. I haven't used any of that fabric yet. I'm hoarding it. But not only did she send me that, a little bit later down the road, she sent me a box of it. A small box, but a nice box full of Tim Holtz fabric. And I think, well, that was before COVID. I think COVID hit and she started working at home, if she's out there listening. She started working from home, and then I lost track of her. So now she's driving back to work. She's from Texas. She's probably one of those big cities with all that maddening traffic out there. Thank you. If you're listening, Lynn, thank you so much. It's so good to see you. It's so good to see you. Bless your heart. You just stay safe and watch that traffic. Come in and visit us when you can. Lynn used to be an early bird with us, Kimberly says. Yeah, she was always driving to work. What did Chris say that Dee Dee's laughing at? 12 or 13 miles for me to go in an art store, but tomorrow there's a craft store opening quite near, like 6 miles. Oh my gosh. Walmart is my local craft store, and we have to go like 25 miles to get to Walmart, 20 miles to get to the town, and then it's another 5 miles because it's on the other side of town. We were just there the other day when I took my brother out to, when did I take him? Was it Saturday? Well, it was either Friday or Saturday. No, that was, yeah, it was Saturday, I think, because the streamathon started on Sunday. And Friday I streamed, so it was Saturday. So I don't like to go shopping on the days I stream because I come home tired and I don't feel like doing anything. I took my brother out for dinner because he's been so good to me. Gosh, I told you the onion ring story where I wanted the omelet, which was good. I got a 55 plus meal, and the omelet was about this big. It was cheese, and they had bacon in it, bacon bits on it, in it. It was good, but it was on this big old platter. And I ordered a salad, so I got a bowl of salad, and that was fine. I like their salad. We went to Perkins. I like their salad. And then I ordered onion rings, and I was, like when you order onion rings, you generally get, at least 10 on your plate or in a, well, he said appetizer, and I just, I want them as an appetizer. And I didn't realize I was ordering this great big huge appetizer of onion rings. And when I brought it, I looked at my brother and said, want some onion rings? So we enjoyed those, and we didn't eat them all. I brought them home, and I had them for lunch the next day. And that might have been Thursday or Friday, because I talked about this. Well, I might have talked about it Sunday night. I lose track of time. I should write this stuff down, Dee Dee. I should get that planner out and make a note. We went out to eat today. And then he wanted carrot cake, and go ahead and order it because, I was kind of treating him because for Christmas and because it was kind of my Christmas present and my thank you. But he got the carrot cake, so I had to have a piece of pecan pie. I don't know. We kind of splurged on that meal, but it wasn't like we went to a fine restaurant. We should have just brought a pie home. He looked at me, though. He wants some German sweet chocolate cake, and we bought a cake mix. And we bought the frosting, and it's been sitting. We put it in the refrigerator because our pantry gets kind of warm. And I like to put flour stuff in the refrigerator just to keep it fresher. We don't buy a lot of flour. We buy those small bags. And that cake mix is still sitting. He said, I'm waiting for that German sweet chocolate cake. And I thought, man, I bought you 2. He buys his own groceries, you know, but I was going to the store myself, and I said, what do you want? And he said, get me some raisin bread. He likes that. I don't know who makes it, but it's raisin bread with cinnamon and everything, and he's been enjoying that. So he said, get me a loaf of that. And I go, man, he'll eat that right up. I'm going to get him 2. And so when he was asking for the German sweet chocolate cake, I said, you still got raisin bread to eat. Miriam, Arlene said, oh, that's Miriam's channel, Art Curious. Sylvia says, happy toll-free Tuesday. Happy toil-free. Is that, I got to adjust my glasses. Toil-free. That means we just do art all day. Toil-free Tuesday. Glad to watch you this AM, Miss Mary. And I'm starting 2024 in the best place on YouTube. Oh, see, you guys are too sweet. But I have to say, there's a lot of good places on YouTube. I'm just struggling to keep up. There's Dee Dee and Becky and Janet Nash and Janet Young. And there's just a lot of wonderful channels on YouTube. K3N Cloth Tales. She's going to take off, let me tell you. She's over in France, and she kind of serves a different community. It's a slow stitch community, and I am enjoying her channel so much. She does not live stream. She doesn't have she says her internet connection could not handle live streaming because she's out, I would think, in a rural area. But she does these videos that are just, and she's a joy to listen to. She's just a joy. She's taught, so she's comfortable with talking to people, and she instructs. You know, she talks like I was telling you how she was telling us how indigo dye was made, and I listened to her yesterday. She did her week 1 project, which is, let me show you newbies in here. She kind of threw me for a loop, though. Let me reach in and get this. I had shown you that Japanese burl and what I was going to do for it. Well, she did her week 1 video and said she's not going to use the Japanese burl on her 2024 project. So I'm going to go ahead and stitch it. She said, I'm going to save it for another project. So well, that'll give me time to get it done. So I'm going to have to find something else for my cover. But what she did for week 1, now this is my week 1. She did fabric weaving from scrap strips. Get it down here a little where you guys can see it. Can you see it there? And I used some watch fabric, some clock fabric that I got at the store, and some of this I tore. This blue in here was from that fabric, that blue fabric that I used on my doll, my Nancy Drew doll that should be put on a finish list. She's got a mini skirt on, Nancy Drew does. She's got long legs, but she's got her Dee Dee shoes on. Is this like her Wizard of Oz shoes? Click these heels 3 times and send me home. But I think once her legs in here are starting to get a little wobbly. But I think once I get her longer dress, I just pinned this on here. You can see it's pinned on. But I'm really proud of her hair. Her hair came out nice. But as you can see, she doesn't have She just has a blouse in the front. She's got a bare back. She must be sun tanning. And you see, I just wrapped this stuff around because I was thinking about how I was going to dress her. And this is as far as I got with her, but I embroidered her face. And this cloche hat, Becky instructed me as to what a cloche hat was. And I made it out of an egg carton covered with bandana fabric. And this was just some, I like her a lot. She sits over here on top saying, finish me, Meri. And Dee Dee sent me a stand. And that stand, she's a little too tall for that stand. But I got a Nancy Drew book and some books from my mother. I think I'm going to use it on. I'm going to put that stand on the books. And her legs can come down this way and the books can come there. And then that stand can hold her at the waist. I should put her on Becky's finish list. But this is the first week. It was a strip weaving with fabric. And then she just did running stitches. And what I like about, her name is Catherine. What I like about her is she is not well, she's a quilter, so she does beautiful work. But, you know, she mentioned she does not pay attention to, are these stitches properly lined up? And, you know, mine certainly aren't, but they're not bad. And then the other things that she said when she was doing her video, it came out yesterday, she said after she was after she was done with her piece and she was talking about it, she said, let your piece talk to you, you know, let it tell you what it wants next. It's kind of, it lifts up, hers lifts up. And then I guess I kind of got this crooked here, don't I? Because I work like this and I did this in my lap. So yeah, it's crooked, but oh well. And she picked the word community. So I squeezed that on this morning. I'm going to squeeze my word community. This was a scrap that I had gotten in a bag of scraps that I got from someplace. It wasn't mine. I bought it somewhere, I think at one of the auctions. But I had fun doing this. And she pinned hers. Now she's a quilter, so those advanced sewers and quilters, they can handle their pins. They stick me in the fingers. And I tried pinning them up here when I first started doing the weaving, where you pin them and then you lift, you alternate, and then you weave through this way, and then you alternate that down again. But I kept sticking myself, and you needed to stitch here. Well, I got this part stitched, and then she didn't pin this part. Well, she did when she stitched this. I think she put a couple pins here and she put more pins down there. I started tacking it. I just took a red thread and I just tacked it in there. And then I pulled all my red threads out. But I stitched it, and you can't see on here. You can see little pieces where I stitched it with gold thread. You can kind of see it on the back. I got some gold thread in there. But after I got done, I listened to what it said to me. And it said, Meri, I can't see my threads aren't showing. That's what it said. And I have some, this is not crochet thread. This is DMC number 8 thread. I have a friend that sells cross stitch stash. She has a Facebook marketplace type group, and all the stitchers who have extra things to sell will send it to her, and then she'll sell it. I'm not sure if she takes anything from it or if she just does it for fun. I'm not sure how. I don't care. But I got a whole stack of these larger size 8 DMC threads, and they're already snipped. They're already snipped. It isn't like you pull it out. The stitchers, when they buy a skein of thread, they'll snip it down at the bottom so that you can just pull out a 18-inch piece. And that's what this was. I don't know if I'm going to use Kimberly's. I'm saving Kimberly's thread that she sent me for a special project, but I don't know what it's going to be, but it's really nice thread, too nice to use on scrap fabric. I don't know what I'm going to do with that. I was thinking I should ask Kimberly if she wants it back. And I go, no, it's a Christmas gift. I want it. But Kimberly is going to do K3Ns. She told me she was, did you tell me that in chat or did you miss? I can't remember. But she said she's going to do this. And I think with K3N cloth tails. And I think that Janet Burgess said she was going to follow her. So so far it's been very easy. She already, the journal cover that she's going to use, that is not the Japanese borrow, she already has it stitched. But I'm going to wait until I get an idea how thick these pages are going to be. If they're only this thick, she's doing one a week, so it'll be 52 pages. And if I can get, 52, if I do 8, I would want, if I do four pages like this, I would get 1, 2, I would get 4 times 4, I'd get 16 pages. So how many times does 16 go into 52? Well, 16 and 16 is what? 32? And I need 52, so I'd need 20 more. So, what did I say? 16. So there would be about maybe 4 or 5 signatures if I have 4 pages and do front and back, which I'm planning on. I don't know what she's going to do though. So I'm thinking maybe, let's go 6 times 4 is 82. That's too many. Wait a minute. I'm talking 6 signatures. 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I have 4 signatures, that's 16. 16 and 16 would be 2 signatures. That would be 32. 32 and 32 would be 4 signatures, would be 4 signatures at 4 folios would be too many. So I'm thinking maybe 3. 3 times 16 is what, 48? So 3 signatures with a couple left over that I could just fit in. Maybe have 5 signatures in a couple. I think she only does 3 signatures though. So if I had 3 signatures, how many pages would I need with 4? Well, about the same though. About the same. 30 and 30. I'd have to do my arithmetic on it, but it's between I think 3 signatures is going to do it. I think so. For if she does 1 a week. And if I don't think I want to do something else, I might want to do something else. So I'm not even going to do my cover until I get a good sense of how this is going to shape up. So Meri did her mental arithmetic. Chris says she's waking up. She says, hi, Meri. Hi, everyone. I'm waking up. Oh, wait. I'm way up above. Let me go down to the bottom here. Let me refresh my chat. My chat doesn't scroll, so you guys can keep talking, and I'm still way up there. Dee Dee's doing a thumbs up. Did Mina come in? Roy, mood. Roy says, a few months ago, we went to the fabric store in Manhattan. In Manhattan from Project Runway Show. Wowzer, I have to look. I think I took some phone videos. Did you show us some of that? I've seen, there's that lady, they go into that garment district. What's her name? Bernadette. She does all that wonderful sewing that's way advanced. I just saw a Chris K. premiere is going to happen in 30 minutes. You guys want to watch for that? I just got the notification. And you're certainly welcome to go watch that if you want. I won't complain. I just saw the notification. I'm subscribed to Chris. She's doing a premiere. No, Meri, I have plenty, Kimberly says. Talking about, I asked Chris if she wanted all those threads back. They are wonderful threads. Those threads that Kimberly sent me on that ring, you could go to a needlework shop and pay $4 to $5 for a skein of that thread. At least $4 to $5, if not $5 to $6 for that. If you go to a local needlework shop, that thread is not cheap. Your DMC floss skeins that you used to pay a quarter for are clear up to what, 60 or 70 cents now? At least 60 cents, I think. I buy mine at the thrift store. Chris said it's pre-recorded, Meri. It's a short 4 minute. That's perfectly okay, Chris. That's perfectly okay. I just happened to see the notification pop up on my screen, so I was announcing it for anybody who wanted to go watch it. I don't mind. I will do that too sometimes when, like, I know I've done that to Beth Schuler. I'll put up a short or a short video and during her stream. I don't want to get off on that track. I've been down that road. We're not going there in 2024. I'm trying to keep the peace in my head, you know? All right, let's go on. Let's see. Roy says, Chris, making a premiere video is one of my goals for the year. It's not hard, Roy. You just make your video, and then when you go to release it, you release it. It has a setting there that you release it as a premiere. The only difference between a premiere video and your regular video is they have a chat stream in there. So if you go in there and if people come into the chat screen, the chat area like we have in this live stream, you can chat with them and you can visit with them about what's in there. I like premieres. I didn't do a whole lot of them, but I used to do them. But I don't do very many videos now. Well, for one thing, I did that short that you saw that I put up. I did that yesterday, and I did the whole week, January 1 through 7. I did a whole week of little doodles on the calendar, and I did it on YouTube, and I let it process as a private live stream. Well, it takes a whole lot of time, and it was only 30 minutes, and it took way too long to process that. But I thought, well, it's the new year. It was the wee hours of the morning last night before that video could be downloaded, because I didn't want to just release it. I will do private videos like live streams, and I'll just release it and it'll be like this. It'll be a long form video. But I wanted to separate out and make shorts out of each little doodle, like I did the one that I put up, the short. I'm going to try to do that. It's one of my goals. Like Roy says, he has a goal to do a premiere. I have a goal to do more shorts. I also have a goal to clean up my channel, because my channel needs a lot of work on it. If you go to my homepage, you will see old playlists there. My new playlist that I have for 2023 needs to be 2024 now, and it needs to be promoted on my homepage instead of buried into the playlist area. So I have a whole lot of work to do on my channel. I'd like to change my Penelope. Where did she go to? I think what I'm going to do, I might keep the same Penelope graphic that I have, but I might just make her in black and white, or maybe blue and white. I'm not really happy with my logo that I have now, because I did this with my camera and it shows that she has red hair. Her hair, the camera settings caught the red in this. This is really brown. You can see it's brown here, but if you look on my logo, it looks more red than it is. So I've been playing around with her. I think I'll just take that graphic and make it black and white, and maybe make it two-tone instead of, just a black and white tonal, not tonal, just black and white. Two-tone. That's what I'm thinking I'm gonna do. This graphic on that. Oh, I dropped the hand sanitizer here that I have loaded down. I just knocked it off the shelf. When I do my thumbnail, I have this much of her over at the side, which I only have a little square area in there. But I used to have her as a little piece down, just the little thumbnail thing, the little logo. But I don't like them so small. I mean, they grab, you put a small one and it puts it down there, but I don't like that tiny one. So I kind of like her being larger off over to the side, and I try to use it I didn't use it on the streamathon. Sometimes when I do videos that are special, I will not do my thumbnail in the same way. Like the streamathon, I used their graphic I put her on there. Well, no, I don't even think I did put her on. I put her on the schedule that they sent out, and I used that as my thumbnail. I'm off on my chat rant. Not rant, it's just the chat. I'm in my zone. Let me refresh my chat again. Dee Dee says they are all stored on YouTube. That goes away. Oh well, what did Dee Dee say? What goes away, Dee Dee? I was testing the camera now, Chris says. I know I need a new hard drive, external, and one to store all the videos. I will probably keep recording the shorts. Yeah, you keep recording the shorts. They are stored on YouTube. If that goes away, oh well. Yeah. Dee Dee says, I quit saving videos externally after we moved over to YouTube. You can download. I think when I was still hanging out with Gina, you can set your settings to download all of your videos, and you can set them to do a batch download. But I think Gina did that, and at that time, she was putting it to an external hard drive, and I think she filled it up and had to go get a larger hard drive, and I think it took her forever to do it. Now, I don't know if that was because of her setup or if it just takes that long, but I have huge, I think almost 2,000 out there, videos and shorts, and I have some that are private, some that got demonetized, or some that I kept on the channel, but I didn't. I made them private because of COPPA stuff. I still show on my spider story, a Halloween, my little Sebastian spider story, because of COPPA. I did write that as a children's story, and of course, they scared us into thinking we were going to get sued if we said hello to kids or told them a story. And, you don't know, because of all that chatter going on there. It was just like, it's all over with now. But I don't know. It scared a lot of people off of YouTube. All right. Let me go back. But I'm kind of like you, Dee Dee. I do not and have not. I used to download videos like you. Well, I don't know if you did it on YouTube, but I quit doing it. I have a whole stack of CDs that I save stuff on. And I kind of feel, it's kind of sad, because if you don't archive that, if something happens to you, if you don't archive it, or I guess it goes into the public. I don't know if it goes into the public domain, or if your channel just goes away, or, what happens to your work if you die. If you don't, I know they have some settings out there, but I don't know what they are. Arlene says she's got to go. I'll see you later. Bye, Arlene. Have a great day. Chris says, I'll move it to 9 a.m. You don't need to do that, Chris. And don't do that. I don't want to go down that rabbit trail of conflict. The only thing that, well, I don't even want to go there because it's so negative. I want you to feel free to do what you want to do. I guess I'll go there. If you want to stream at the same time I do, I don't run the world. I don't run I only run mine. What caused me an issue at the time that I had a conflict was this person became a part of my community, and it almost looked, it felt like, to me, it was my feeling at the time, and it felt like this person was only here to get subscribers, and then I was streaming on a Friday morning, and they all of a sudden started streaming on a Friday morning, and there was a conflict over it. That's all. It's all said and done. It's all water under the bridge. But the only thing that really bothers me, it doesn't bother me if people stream at the same time as I do. It bothers me if they come in and pretend to be my friend and come in and get people. I like to promote channels because I get subscribers from Dee Dee all the time, but I don't go to Dee Dee's channel just to get her subscribers and then up and leave her and not even say anything. That bothered me a lot. And it bothered me at the time, but it's all water under the bridge. I'm trying to be more positive about it. But anyway, I overstepped my bounds at times. I got to chatting about my urban sketching box the other night, and I felt so bad. I looked up and it was 10:02. I went 2 minutes overtime, but I should have quit 5 minutes before. But I got into what I was doing, and I was talking and showing, and I ran over my time. And I felt bad that I did that, but it was not intentional either. So there, I went down that path. I didn't want to do it. Let me do this. But I don't control the world. You can stream when you want to stream. If you want to do premieres and all of that, you control your own time. It's only when I think you're a friend and you're really a friend of me. Maybe I'll just sit here and draw. See, I'm all off on it again. I shouldn't have even gone there. All right. I like that, but I don't want to use that for the, let's try, let's see if this will, I kind of want to do some of these roses and flowers on here. And I want to put some kind of a cream color on her shoe, but I want to do kind of like the little rose in here. And the daisy, it's got a daisy on it. And it looks like there's some little blue or some little yellow. I guess the blue is meant to be leaves, so I'll put some leaves in there. And maybe make this rose a little bigger. All right. Well, maybe I'll make another flower over here. And that's, well, actually, no, that's just a black mark. All right, let's do, now when you look at this shoe, and I think you guys see it too, the inside, I gotta get my tablet catch up with me here. I'll bring it down this way a little more because I expanded I zoomed in. When you look at this shoe, from the angle that I'm seeing it, you're seeing it top down, so you see a shadow in there. I see this part here, the wall of this side of the shoe, as being in shadow. I do not see this well, I see a part of it, but you see it from the top down view, and you see a little bit of, because I'm looking at it in my tablet, you see a little bit of shadow over here. This part in here is not as much in shadow as what I see. And then this part over here is in shadow. So I kind of want to do a grayish color in there. And then this shoe, even though it's white, it's kind of a cream color. So I don't want it the bright white. I want to mix. And here's two where I wish that I should probably, I think those Paul Rubin watercolors, I have them in my cart. I think I'll go ahead and order them. They're tube. And I'm going to use this brush because it's brand new. And it's got too much water on it. But I think I'd do much better with tube paint here because even when I get water on there, you have to let it. Otherwise, you're just going to get. And you can pick it up and bring it over here. But it's like you have to load your brush to get it over there. I think I would do much better with tube watercolors here. I want to put some yellow in that. And then I got it on my brush, so I want some yellow. So I mix. That's how come my colors get so dirty. Because I don't want to clean all the white off or the green or whatever I have. I don't want to wash it away. So I'm getting kind of a cream color out over here. Then my question is, do I have enough? Because so I think that tube, for the way I paint, the tube watercolors, because I put so much color on my page, I think the tube watercolors would be more appropriate for me, but let's see, I'm gonna, oh, and see, look, it's dirty. It's too tan there. Let's put some more. And I'm kind of pushing my bristles down on the pigment because there's so much water on that. Let's see if I get it any cleaner. It's there. Get a little more of a, and I really need a bigger brush. That one's too small. Maybe this little flat brush. And I'm not a pro. I'm just me. I'm just me playing. See that? Well, that's actually the gray, which could come in here. This has this brownish, so I'm mixing it with. And what I see is different from what you guys see. I see this is all being in shadow. Shadowish. So my brush is already. grab a little bit more of this brownish color. Yeah. Get it off over here. And I like a lot of pigment on my page. I just do. And so the way I'm looking at it, I see a lot of shadow down below here, especially in here. This area in here gets really dark. Probably could go into this darker. And you guys aren't seeing my whole tray here. I can show you where I'm working from here. It's a pretty big tray. I'm working from this area in here. And then the darker brown that I'm using for the shadow is up in here. And I just let this dry, and if I need it for something else, I go for it. But now I want to go for a little bit lighter color. Let's go for this white and yellow again. But this is why my watercolor pans get so dirty, is because I sometimes mix right in the pans rather than try to take them over here. And I tend to use a lot of pigment on my pages. All right, I want to go back into the darker color in here. And that's really not dark enough. Oh, that's too dark. I hate it when I get off into my rant sometimes. If you heard me get quiet, it's because I wish I wouldn't have gone there. Because I'm trying to get over that stuff. Because I know not everybody sees it the same way. I'm just telling you how I saw it. And I hate it sometimes when I rant. That's not dark enough. And sometimes you can just layer up this color too. Just keep layering it till you get it to where you like it. Now, this has a pretty gold rim on it that I don't have gold paint. I've got yellow ochre. I could probably put a little yellow ochre in this and get a yellow ochre color. Need a lot more white in it. All right. Now, I want to do a little pink for the rose. And here we'll just pop some red on there for the rose. And some green here for the leaves. And this is a cross-stitch decal on this shoe. Maybe I'll put some dark in there toward the, clean my brush. Should have wiped it off on that. I got to train myself to, retrain myself to wipe stuff off on here. I haven't done this for a while. I wanted to go for that darker down in here. You can just build up your colors until you're happy with it. You always start with watercolor. You always start with the light colors first, and then you build up your darker colors with whatever you're working on. And for me, this is all in shadow, especially as I turn it various ways. Now, I think a watercolor person probably would not make those lines so definite, bold, but I did. I tend to like the big, thick lines. I know when I took art classes, our instructor would always say, just look at that. There's no big line there. And I'd have to agree with that, but the lines to me help define it. I need a darker yet in here. Yeah, could go a little bit darker up in here. All right, now this is a daisy down here. I'm going to put some orange in the center if I can get at it. It's more of a red orange. Did I dip it in the red? I don't want that. I want orange. All right. So now, let's see, what do I want to do? Let's wash this. Let's do the swiping. Get a little water on my brush and swipe some of that orangey off on here. And you don't have to do a landscape. I just, you know, that's what happened when I... And you can see my darker lake was in here, but it also dried lighter there too, but this was a lot darker in here. And this is some of the lake coming off over this way. It's just a wipe off sheet. I tend to do these and then cut them up. That's what I tend to do. All right, I'm not sure I'm really happy with this yet. I would love some white paint here and put some just white, but I'm trying to get a hold of it there, the pigment, bright white. And this is where I would probably get out my fine liner and do a little acrylic on there. Let's put some bright white in here, but it kind of, and this is where I think a tube paint would suit me better. All right, now the gold on the rim. I don't know if I can get to my gold pens. I tend to mess things up. I have this, but I don't know how juicy it is. I have another one here that we'll see how juicy those are. I saw Dee Dee using these the other day. Let's test them out over here. Now, it's got gold on it, so let's put some gold on here. And that will help knock those black lines down a little too. But I'll probably come back with some more. What does that look like? Get your hand out of the way, Meri. Let's see what it would do if I put gold on the edge here. Should probably do it. I'm going to get me some more of these. These are a little more expensive. They'll cost you $5 or $6 for, but that, you know, that's kind of in line with the other similar product. But I would have to agree, Dee Dee and Janet were saying how these are the best gold pens around, and I've used these for years. I would agree they are. These are Krylon paint markers, metallic paint markers. Now, I don't like the copper ones. You can get copper ones. The copper ones, to me, my luck with them has not been good. I like the gold ones. The copper ones seem to be not pigmented enough or something for me. They look juicy thin. Even if after I shake them up good, I don't like the copper ones. You can get different colors of these. I've seen different colors at the hardware store. I think I've seen blue, maybe green. Not 48 different colors, but different colors. I don't know if I saw black ones or not. I can't remember if I saw black ones. All right. Now, I'm not sure I'm happy with the rim, but I don't know if I can do anything about that now. My metallic paint seems to drink up the juice off of the markers. It's probably how come I get these so dry when I use them. I had a big black marker I was using. What I did with it. This one. I don't want it totally black, but I don't want it totally gold either. See, I tend to want to outline things. Let's kind of see where I'm going though with this. I'm not totally happy with it, but it is what it is, what it is. This is what you do to practice. I keep putting my hands in that. This is what you do to practice. The next one will be better. I tend to want to do black lines. Hi, Becky. Oh, she said her toaster died. Her toaster oven died. We hope to get a new one next week. So I'm thinking it will be tea and saltine crackers for breakfast. Oh, dear. I would like to get an air fryer. I think I'll leave it. It's not exactly how I envision it. I think I got these lines too thick, but I don't think I can do much about them now. I'm going to leave them. And the other thing, if I were critiquing myself, which I am, as I look at my shoe from here, when I look at this area in here, right? Are you guys seeing it? When I look at this area in here, when I look at it from this angle where I'm looking at it over here, this is more in shadow. This shadow is more, so it makes it more dimensional, and this comes down more. I could probably fix that, but I'm not going to. If I were doing this again, I'd probably draw it in pencil. But you know, this is just practice. And this definitely needs to come down more, and this needs more shadow. I think that I would be happier doing something like this. I get these half pans because I like to watercolor sketch. This is more of a painting than a sketch. I tend to plaster even my sketches with water, with paint, with color. But if you're going to do something like this, I think tube paints would work better because they're juicier. You don't have to fill your pans with water to get them all nice and juicy and then transfer the paint from the pan over to where you want to mix it. With a tube paint, you could just squeeze some in and maybe put a little water on it that way. And so I'm getting me some tube paints. I'm going to get me some tube paints. So I can't clean this off a little more. So, what time is it? 8:07. I'm going to sign this on the back. I'm going to put this behind me. Let it dry out a little. I think for something like this, your half pans are good if you're going to sketch. If you're going to paint, you want paint. You don't want to have to reconstitute all this and then transfer it from here to here, and then you have to load up your brush. You want enough liquid paint that you can load your brush to get it on there. That's my attitude. That's my attitude, which I have right now, an attitude. Drop it, Meri. All right, I will. Let's turn this over and sign it, and I'll call it my January 2nd. Sign it with my Tombow marker. How did I sign this other one? I'm going to call these commonplace drawings. So this is January 2nd. And this is even getting dry because I used to do a lot of writing with this, and it's running out. Commonplace watercolor sketch. I'm calling it a sketch. So tomorrow, or the next day, won't be tomorrow because, well, it might be tomorrow. It probably won't be. We'll see. The next one I do, I might do more of a sketchy sketch than painting. We'll see. I'm going to sign this. And I'm going to put ceramic shoe. Dust catcher. I'm trying to think of a word for this. It's a dust catcher. It's a ceramic shoe dust catcher. This one is slow stitch spool. And I'm going to put these in a box as I do them throughout the year. I probably will not do them all the time. They'll be sporadic because it takes me a while. And I have to go on and on. See, I don't like that in there. But we're going to call that done. I'm going to move on to something else. Dump this water in here. I'll have to empty that water. I need to clean my brushes. What I want to do now is clean my tabletop. And maybe put a piece of wax paper down here. Because I'm going to show you why. Throw that away. And get out some wax paper. Some real wax paper. That has, I like the Reynolds wax paper, I have to tell you, because it has more wax on it than the dollar store brand. The store brands don't have enough wax on them. I put water on my tabletop. Now, you guys have seen me do this before. Let me hang this up. Kind of smush it around here. It's glass, so it doesn't hurt it. And I'm just doing this to protect what I'm going to put down here. And this, when I put water on this glass top, it prevents my wax paper. It's dry on top of this. It's wet in there. It prevents my wax paper from slipping around. And sometimes I don't get enough water under it. Let's get a towel. Wipe it off in here. You can push all that out if you want. Bubbles, air bubbles. All right. So now what I want to do is grab, maybe I'll sanitize my hands because I've been playing with the watercolor. Hold on. Hold the phone. Mary's in her space here. Grab a alcohol wipe and clean my hands. You want to do this, try to keep your work as clean as possible. I don't, because most of my art is for me. I'm not as neat and clean as I could be, but I try. And my hands get really dry. I have dry skin. I have to put a lot of hand lotion on my hands to keep them moisturized, and then that gets oil on my hands, and, I'm going to handle some fabric. Because what I'm going to do here, this is from my stitcher friend down in St. Louis that I said run that shop. And I got these last summer, I believe. And I needed some fabrics. I don't know. I might work on... I'm just going to do something simple here. I'm not going to cross stitch. I'm just... there's an area out there called... it's on pentangle.com, I believe, and it's called Take a Stitch Tuesday. And I started doing this last year, and I do little samplers. I only got a couple of them. Look at my hands, are still dirty. I only got a couple of them done because I spent too much time on it, and then I got sidetracked. I'm going to rectify that this year. Ha! Yes, I am. Sure, Mary. Get this ink off of my hands here, or watercolor, or whatever it is on the... Because I'm going to handle this fabric, and I want my hands to be halfway clean. Do I have any more out there? Fingernails need a little more cleaning, but all right. I see what I want to work on. This is Aida. This is a even weave. This was for like pillow tops here, or sometimes I pick or napkin or something. This is an even weave, but it's like a 16 or 18 count. It's very, very open weave, which works for some things. It really does, depending on what you're doing. I got this last summer to sometime, and I wanted larger count fabrics. Not all of it is large. This is 14 count. This is rustico. It's almost like an Aida, but not quite. They call it rustico. Ooh, I like this. I like this. This is so I buy this stuff kind of like she tries to do good represent it, and she tells what it is and gives the count. This is a 15 count. They call it RAGUSA. Ragusa or something like that. I like this. I think I'll work on this. This is a nice count for me. I can see the stitch marks. Here's some Charles Craft bread covers, some band. Here's a piece of, what is this? Linen. They call it, yeah, oh, it is a linen. It's an 18 count. It's not a soft linen. It's kind of a open weave, 18 count. And here's some red. That's a 20 count. It's not bad either, but I don't want to work on red, and I don't want to, this one isn't too bad. I like working on this type of fabric, but I'm going to use that other one. And then here are all those threads that, these are all DMC8s, I believe. Is this size 8? Yeah. No, that's a size 5. But I just want to pick a color. Now, this is nothing like what Kimberly sent me. I'm saving Kimberly's for, Kimberly gifted me. Let me get it. Bless her heart. She gifted me all of this. This is just beautiful. I was so thrilled to get this. Look, it's Weeks Dye Works. And I have to tell you, this stuff is not cheap. And look at the colors. The earth tones are they're my colors. Whoops, I knocked my shoe over. Then this, I think, is silk. This is thread gatherer silks. This is not cheap stuff. I've got 2 of those. But this is all DMC 5 and 8 here, which is nice to work with. It's what I used on that slow stitch. And if you buy from, I buy from this lady because I know these are all done by stitchers. I'm sure glad I emptied that. I'm glad I dumped that water out. Let's see. Do I want to use, I want to choose a color. Do I want to use this is kind of a dark blue. They go by numbers. This is kind of a blue-gray. That might be, it's either the blue-gray or the red. The purple is a kind of a, well, no, it's kind of a dark dusty rose. Red and pink and lavender. You can see what she was probably working on, a sampler of some sort. Here's a sort of a tannish color. This is a pretty color. So for what I use these for, I'm not going for a project. This is a pretty yellow. Kind of got tangled up in there. What I use these for, I don't need specific colors. This is a pretty kind of a maroonish, but it looks like she got tangled up in these. Some of these are white and a pink. So these are nice to have around for my projects now. I just have to decide. Which color do I want, because I only want one color for right now. I'm going to keep them both out. Maybe I'll put them both in. I mean, I'm going to keep them separate. put them in there. I don't know what I want to work with first. I'm tending toward this one, but I like the red, but I'm going to do that one. I'll do the red next. Take a Stitch Tuesday. Let me see if I can find that link. I can find it on my phone here. Let me, because they send it, I'm on their newsletter. And they do this every week. Let me get to my mail here on my phone. And maybe I can drop in a link. And the stitch, they start it again every year, and this is a good starting point. I'm going to put all this back in the envelope. This is a good starting point for me because it's the first of the year. That's why I'm doing it now. And I'm going to try to do it every week. Maybe those watercolors. Maybe on Tuesday, maybe I'll do my watercolor and my take a stitch on my Tuesday morning streams. What did I do with that envelope? Where did I throw it? Oh, up here. I throw things around. All right. Take a Stitch Tuesday. Let me get to my email and I'll share the site with you. I'm sure it's probably public. Let me go out to my email. I don't want to show you all my email. I'll show you their email, but I won't show you all mine. Oh, Kimberly, are you still here? Can I show your slow stitch project? Can I show that online here? Let me look at it. She says, hi, Meri. I finished my weave page. Oh, hers is nice and neat. Can she hear me? She has, Cheryl. Aunt Becca's done some nice hats. Yes, she has. I don't think Kimberly will mind if I show this. She just can't show it in stream. She says, hi, Meri. I finished my weave page and wanted to share it with you. So fun. I'm going to enjoy this every week. I am too, Kimberly. Thank you for streaming today and all the days. You guys are so good to me, especially on a day like today when I get off on my soapbox. Looking forward to lots of fun together. Okay, so this is a JPEG. I'm going to download it. It's downloading. Oh. Did it download? I think it's still, let me look in my gallery here. Yeah, I'm going to show Kimberly's project here. I'm going to, oh, look at that. Kimberly, I don't know if you're still out there. I'm refresh my chat here. Let me show Kimberly's. Yeah, I showed you mine. Kimberly's is so nice and neat. I'm not a needy beady. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? Good job. Good job, Kimberly. Oh, wow. Look how nice and neat that is. And she's even got the fringe. Is that denim? I think that's denim, isn't it? The darker. Is this light blue denim? Very nice. She says, yes, thank you. Oh, good job. I can't wait to see. If you want to send me during the streams as we do the projects, I'll show them during my streams. And Janet Burgess, if you are listening out there, if you do the same, because it's nice to share. I'm sure Kimberly is on X, which used to be Twitter. She'll probably share it out on her X account. Very, very good job. This is not with what I'm doing here. This is with K3N Cloth Tales. This is the project that, that K3N did for her week 1. This is Kimberly's. K3N showed us how to do this type of thing for week 1. Now let me go out. I want to see if I can grab a hold of that email. Thank you, Kimberly, for sharing that. That was fun. Let's see. Do I have it here? I think it's in my promotions. Let's see. I get a lot of extra email from like Jerry's Autorama and Hirschner's and Craftsy. I signed up for Craftsy contest and I had to sign up for the newsletter, and I don't shop there. Now, where is that? Stampington Company. I don't mind you guys seeing this. Windsor, because this is all art stuff. Winsor Newton, reflecting on a year of artist conversation. I follow the Plein Air Today, which is a magazine, and they have also do Inside Art. This Eric Rhodes is the publisher. I keep all their newsletters. I keep, if I'm interested in Stampington, I keep theirs. But let me tell you what newsletter I really enjoy. And let's see if I can find one here. I got a lot of Jerry. A lot of this stuff I don't read from like Jerry's and that, because it's just wanting me to buy. I'm looking for a piecework. Let's just look for piecework here. Piecework, because I want to share their newsletter. They do an excellent newsletter. If you guys are, if you go to piecework.com and sign up for their newsletter, if you do that, you'll be getting value, because their newsletter, they publish a needlework magazine. Let's see. One of this I've already read, but see, they have all these. This is the one I read. It says, you need to try tatting, tat a winner star. And then you hit the continue reading, and you can just go deep into this. Now, if you're subscribed to them, you can go even deeper, because they share things out of their library. And here they're showing the winter star and I think the pattern, the instructions are here. If you wanted, they show the materials and everything. But I went even deeper. Here's the pattern for the tatting. And it says articles for you. There's a Victorian tatting with edging, tatter reading placeholder. This is all tatting, but that's not all tatting. Here it goes into Pence Judge. Here's making a quilted journal cover. So that kind of gets what we're doing for my journal cover, but I'm not going to do the quilted one. Pieceworks top 10 articles for 2023. Is that what I hit? I must have been, because see, you can just go deep into their library. Now, some things, if you're not a subscriber, you can't read everything, but they offer so much information that you can get to from your newsletter, and it's just constantly. If you're interested in the history of needlework, some of the vintage techniques, if you're just interested in the history, this is the magazine for you. Here's a lace maker to royalty article, turning my grandmother's doilies into quilts. Ooh, that sounds pretty, doesn't it, if you're a quilter? I have that magazine. Vintage baby's bonnet to knit, if you're a knitter. How to display most textiles without damage. You're talking about how to display textiles. Read the full article, and sometimes I can't read everything. Let's see. This one, it looks like I can. Look at all that information out there. And it's fun reading. They're telling about how to hang and display. And they have next in the series, they give the resources here. Conservation framing. How do I find a conservative in my area? Velcro support systems for textiles. Here's more articles. How to display textiles without damage, part 2. Part 3, part 4. Discover timeless crocheted edgings in Weldon's Practical Needlework. I don't know if you have to buy the book. Some of this stuff I can't get into from my newsletter. This was published in May of 2019. It's a 6-minute read. It looks like I can get into this. So this is just if you do not subscribe, if you do not follow the Piecework magazine, or I buy it off the newsstand because I love the magazine. At least subscribe to their newsletter if you're at all interested in textile. It's not the only textile magazine out there, but it's one of the better ones. And they have really improved their newsletter. Look at all this information. Whoops, I got into the download area. Can I get back? All this information they're giving you. Edging for underlinen. They even give you some of the patterns. Row 5, row 6 and 7. They give you the pattern. Here's another article. The push-pull of doilies, revered, reviled, and reconceived. So they're talking about doilies. We use doilies a lot of in our art. A washcloth in a suitcase. Edith's Victorian lace. Let's see what this is all about, because sometimes I can't read them all, but boy, they're letting me into this. So, all right, I got off onto piecework and I was looking for pentangles. Let me get out of all of this. I cannot recommend piecework enough. I'm going to subscribe to their magazine once I get a certain bill paid off. I want to go to pentangle. Do I have time? I've got to watch my time. It's 8:30. Pentangle. Here it is. Pentangle. This is it right here. This is the one I want to do. This is TAST. It's called Take a Stitch Tuesday. And let's see. Can I grab? I think I can view this in my browser. Change labels. No, let's see. Let's go this way and view it in my browser. Wait, hold it. Open Firefox. And let me grab. Let me get it. Let it finish processing here. Well, I think it's finished enough. Let me copy the link. And I'll drop this link in my chat. Whoops, not that one. This one. YouTube. And let me come out to my channel. Here I am. Skip the advertisement. Go into tap messages here. Get into my chat filter. Get into all messages. Okay. So here I'm just going to go TAST. That's Take a Stitch Tuesday. This is, and I should probably put comma pentangle, because those are the folks that are, they have a needlework library out there. And what they do is every Tuesday they present a different stitch that you can practice, and they give examples. Pentangle. And that's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to do week 1. Pentangle. Oh, I need to drop the link. Let me backspace one here. All right, let me drop the link here. For those of you who might be interested, there it is. Oh, I didn't put the T on there. It's Take a Stitch Tuesday. Let me go back to my browser. They also have a design challenge at the first of every month. So this is their design challenge here. But the stitch itself, let me get out of my channel. The stitch itself, they call it the basic, which is your stitch that they're presenting. And it's the running stitch. So and that's what we've been doing, but I'm going to do it on even weave here. And they show you how to do the running stitch. They have basic stitches, running stitch, and then you click on that. And they show you how to do the running stitch. And you can expand this. And then they show, this is probably the design. Somebody used a running stitch to do these diamonds. And then when they send out a newsletter, if you sign up to receive this newsletter, you'll see it in there. Of course, they want to sell you stuff here too, so ignore all that. We're talking about the we're talking about the Take a Stitch. They also have what they call a design challenge. Happy New Year and welcome to everyone to Take a Stitch Tuesday or TST Week 1. I hope that you are all energized. I am, and up for this year's challenge. I know that I am looking forward to seeing what everyone does this year, particularly with the design challenge. Before we start, I would love everyone to check why wobbly stitches are okay. I think that's an article. Oh, there's why. Here's some wobbly stitches. That's just an article that you can read. Particularly if you are a new hand to embroidery. So they're saying it's okay to make mistakes, or if your stitches aren't pretty, it's okay. It's pretty anyway. For those of you who are new to TAST or Take a Stitch Tuesday, or what I'm going to call basic TAST, the first 20 or so stitches are foundation stitches, like the running stitch. It is a good idea to learn these 20 stitches and master the hand movements. This is our newsletter associated with them. This will give you the skill to pick up most other stitches in TAST or any other embroidery challenge. These stitches are also stitches you will encounter in most beginner projects. So try to hang in there for at least the first 20 weeks. Hopefully, by the end of 20 weeks, you will be addicted to stitching. Well, I'm already addicted. That are stitches that are not completing the rest of the stitches in TST would feel like a huge loss opportunity in your life. Beyond TAST, and we'll show you that, is for those who have done TAST before. And I started it before, and I did the little samplers. It's in one of my journals. Did I do it last year? I think I did it the year before. But I can certainly stitch running stitches. That's what I'm going to do here this morning. I want to talk about the design challenge. The design challenge is a bonus. The first week of each month, I will propose a design challenge that you can work on for the month. The idea is that you work up a small piece in response to the challenge. The design will be very open to your interpretation. You can work up a design that is as abstract or representational, large or small, using whatever materials you choose. If you have any questions about it, check out the TAST page here. Last year, there will be 48 stitches and 4 catch-up break weeks. That's how many stitches they're going to present. So the design challenge here for challenge 1 for this week or for this month says, I've been looking forward to this, and so without too much fuss, but with a huge silly grin on my face, the first design challenge of the year is to use the linear stitches, like the running stitch, to create a small design. The design must include lines. After all, that's what the word linear means. The design can be any design or any subject, representational or abstract, but employ any of the linear stitches to describe lines. Not only should you design the lines, but the lines should reinforce the subject matter or the feel to the piece. What do I mean to that? And then she's talking about linear pieces in here. Look at what she's done. So these are just some examples. Now, pentangle.com is where we're at. Pentangle.com. Can you see what I mean? The lines reinforce the idea behind the design. And then they're giving examples here of all the linear stitches. So back stitch, whip back stitch, the chain stitch, the twisted chain stitch, the whipped chain stitch, the coral stitch, the couching palestrinian stitch, excuse me. The running stitch is what we're going to do today, and it's not going to take me long to do it. I've got 20 minutes. The scroll stitch and the stem stitch, the Portuguese stem stitch. So how to join in and where to share. So they go into that if you want to share what you're doing. Follow Pentango and have it delivered to your inbox. So wait, if you scroll down to the bottom. And here they're getting into some other information that I really haven't read about thread twisties. Experimenting with several different threads can be expensive. You would normally have to buy a whole skein of each type of thread. My thread twisties are a combination of different threads to use in creative embroidery. Something like what I got here from my friend. These enable you to try stitching with something other than stranded cotton for the first few skeins. You can the experiment, I think you order these if you want them. I'm not sure. You will find my thread twisties in the shop here. Let's see how much they are. Here's their shop, beads, patterns, templates, worksheets, thread twisties. There's 10 of them out there. I'm looking for a price. That's the postal rate. Free shipping. Let's see. Each thread twist contains silk, cotton, rayon, and wool. Each pack of thread twist has at least 35 threads cut to 2 meters or 79 inches. $13 flat rate for shipping in the U.S. below a total of 100. Free shipping worldwide on totals over 100. That's pretty. Free shipping throughout Australia on all orders. So they're probably Australian based. All prices are in US dollars. So that's not bad. $9, $9. $9. Look like they're running $9 here. Let's look at the blue one. Can I open this up? See, it has different threads you can pull out. She's calling it a thread. You're paying $9 for that, which probably isn't bad, because if you wanted to experiment with different types of threads, that's what this is all about. You would have to have all those different threads to experiment with. It would certainly cost you more than $9. Now the shipping will probably cost you $23. So, because it's coming from Australia. But I order for my friend when I see stuff, so I'm not sure I would do the thread twisties, but I think it's well worth the consideration. So let me go back out here, and while I'm out here, review some of the chat. All messages. I got to watch my time. Joyce said, Becky, could I beg you for a few scraps? Becky says, Cheryl, I could send you some scraps. Becky has probably a lot of fabric scraps. I have enough. Isn't that pretty what Kimberly did? We showed Kimberly's weaving for K3N's fabric journal. Fabric weaving. Do I still have that out there? I have it in my gallery here. Let's show it again. This is Kimberly's page. Isn't that beautiful? Isn't that beautiful what she's done? Can you guys, I don't know what you guys can see. I can see what I see on my tablet, but here, let me stand up because I can see it in my camera better than just trying to face it up there. Isn't that beautiful? This is Kimberly's interpretation of week 1 at K3N Cocktails. And what it is it's strips that were woven. And then there are running stitches in the center there. Isn't that beautiful what she's done? Very nice job, Kimberly. I'm going to delete this out of my library because my phone is so overloaded, and I don't want you to think I'm hoarding your... This is another one I want to promote. This is Bag a Day Crochet. This is, I snapped a picture of the instructions here, but let's go out to my community tab, and I want to share that with you guys. Let's see, I have to go to my channel, and let's go to my community. I shared it last night. This is a dragonfly blanket. Measures 50 by 60, I believe. It looks like she used an ombre yarn in there to do that. She tells about it. Let's see if it's the read more. And you can go off to her channel. If you click on this picture or click on, oh, we're at her channel here. These are the comments in her channel. But if you go to her channel, and how come it's not playing? It should play. You can go to her video someplace in here. It's not playing for me here. Pochade crochet. Should be playing for me. That's the report. I don't want to report anything. Below in comments. Oh, is this her post? Let me see what's in her more. These are the comments. I don't know why it's not playing the video, but if you go to Pochade Crochet, Becky goes to that site quite. I think I learned about that from Becky. Pochade Crochet. All that is double stitch. I think I'm going to do that. You need 1,800 yards, but I think it's well worth it. I think that would make a beautiful summer, spring blanket. And it's all double stitch, except for the little area in there where you cluster the body of the dragonfly. I think I'm going to do that. So all that said, let me grab Penelope, and we're going to do some quick running stitches just for fun. I grab see, she's already clipped it down here. You get it twisted. You get it in a twisty skein like this when you buy it off the shelf. And if you just take your scissors and cut, it looks like she's kind of messed up. The person who did this probably sat out in her bag for a while. But if you take and clip it down at the bottom, and then you can just pull on a piece and pull it right out. And that's what we're going to use. This is size 5, I believe. DMC Pearl, size 5. Size 5. So let me see, do I have a needle here that I can use? This one might work. This is pretty. And when I stitch, I tend to stitch in hand. I do not use, I got to put some DMC on my thread though. Not DMC, some DNA. Yes, we'll put DNC on my thread. I was talking about spitting on it to get it through the needle. I tend to stitch in hand, even when I'm stitching alone. And I'm just going to kind of do this sampler style. And let's see, I want to leave a decent border, maybe a couple inches on each side. So, and I tend to start off over in, how wide do I want to make it? Maybe about like that. So I'll bring my needle in here and just come and start in a square here. I don't want to do a whole, because I know how to do the running stitch. Just come up through, and then you kind of leave this to thread under when you're done. So let me do a couple stitches, and I'm going to do over 2 here. I'm going to do 2, skip 2 if I can. It's kind of hard to see here. I need my magnifier. Annie V sent me the one that you put around your forehead. I do use that. Excuse me. And I'm not a fast stitcher. I'm not fast because I have to sit and figure out where I'm going next, even with doing something simple like the running stitch. I'm not a fast crocheter either. I like what Mikey at, whoops, I pulled it out. Mikey at Crochet Crowd, he goes, it's not a race, it's a journey. Some people, I think they're so proud of how they, let me get out of this. Let me turn my phone off. They're so proud of how fast they can crochet or even tat. Sometimes the tatter, when you're a beginner tatter, I can understand tatters that are showing advanced tatters. You know, they understand, but when you're demonstrating something and you go real fast, you lose people. And I'm talking about fast in real time. I'm not talking about speeding up the video. Now I tend to, unless I be careful, I tend to lose my way. So I go pretty slow, so I'm sure I'm getting it in a straight line on the even weave. On my slow stitching, I didn't care if it was in a crooked line. On this, you kind of want it to be neat. So this is just practicing the basic running stitch. I'll do a couple rows. Let's see, how much time do I have left? I got a few minutes. So on Tuesdays, I'm going to do my watercolor. And of course, I might do any show and tell that I have. Show and tell, watercolor, any slow stitching, any slow stitch show and tells, and any basic take a stitch Tuesday. That I'm going to write that down. Make me a little plan. I know Shannon does that, and Becky does that too. What am I going to do on Monday? What am I going to do on Wednesday? I tend not to do that because I get so sidetracked on things. But there's still a lot I want to do. I'd like to start another desk journal. I need to bind my desk journal. My December daily, I'm not going to bind it. I don't want to break that beautiful, well, I guess I will break it, but I don't want to rebind it. I'm just going really slow here. I'd rather go slow and not have to tear out rather than, and this is a weave that your needle can get in between threads that you don't want it to. That's the issue I'm having here. It tends to want to pick up a thread that I don't want it to pick up. But see, this is a nice running stitch. And I'll use up this thread and maybe another one. And then next week, she said there are 20, I believe, basic stitches. No. Yeah, 20 to learn. But there are not 20 linear stitches. I don't know if I'm going to do the challenge. The challenge was to do, the challenge is more for people that are really into this, that are more advanced and like to design. I like to design, but I've got so much going that I'm not sure I'm going to do it. But the idea for their January design challenge is to, see, I got 3 there. I'm going to take this one out. Is to do a design using linear stitches, and then she listed all the linear stitches. I've got a few more minutes here. Look, my wax paper is getting, once that water dries, my wax paper tends to move around again on me. Let's see if I can't do this one better. I got it in the wrong space. Usually I have this under a magnifying glass. I have an light, but it's a big one, a floor stand one up in Wisconsin. I used it for years. When I worked, I could afford all that stuff. Now that I'm not working, I have to count my pennies. And then I got hit with a big doctor bill. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Well, I still want to go over one, and it's not going over. Here, let's go at it this way. 1, 2, I want to go in this space. I'm going to kind of make a hole there. So even if you go slow, it's better than having to rip out 20 stitches to fix a problem area, which is what I'm having here. I can't get in that space with my needle. Is that it? No, it needs to come over another one. One more. It doesn't want to go in there. Oh, it went down. Now I want to go up. It doesn't want to go in there. I'm way over here. All right, I'm going to stop on that because I'll have to get it up to my nose. But that's what I'm going to do for Take a Stitch Tuesday. I may skip 2 and do a couple more rows as an example. And I might, I don't know, I might label it, or I might make a label for the back and attach it. Not staple, but I want to keep this track of what this fabric is. So, I've had fun today. I apologize for the rant that I got off on. That bothered me that I did that. I apologize to you that I got off on that rant. But we did our watercolor. I showed my Pochade box of all my urban sketching. I showed what I did for my weaving and my slow stitching. So I've had fun today, and I welcome all the new people. Thanks for coming in and joining us. And hello to all my new subscribers. I'm so happy you subscribed. It really surprised me. And I need to do more here. I don't really like this shoe. I might do it again sometime. All right, everybody. Have a great day. Kathy Berg is coming on next. Kathy Berg is on today. Kathy Arbor is on later this afternoon. Let me get my... Kathy Berg comes on at 9. I have to find out when Paint Girly comes on. I kind of lost track of her. Kelly Rawson at 9 p.m. Stacy Catitude at 10 a.m. Eastern Daily. Kathy Arbor at Tuesdays at 1 p.m. So, have a great day, everybody. There's streams going almost... Oh, and Beth Schiller tonight at 6. Hi, Cheryl. I just saw you. And Miriam, hi to you. Have a great day, everybody. Becky said, I would just do another shout out on my community tab for the channels during slow stitching. Okay, Becky, I'll watch your community tab. Have a great day, everybody. Go do some art. It gets you in a better mood sometimes. Bye.